Boom. How's everyone doing? Oh, yeah. It is. It's been a while, or it's been a rough little bit here. So hopefully people are okay. Monday doesn't help, but yeah, it's been a rough little bit here. So sorry I'm late. I just was trying to go live, and just as soon as I tried to go live, my webcam decided that it was going to go on strike, and it it just did. It was like, I'm just gonna cease being recognized by the computer. So that was fun. Yeah, I see somebody saying that I'm on Rob time. Yeah, Wizard is never early or late. He arrives precisely when his webcam starts working. So, um, yeah, it's and I was in a rush to get going here, so I don't actually have a drink other than can of cola, which is my usual sort of thing here. Um, I see how happy were the puppers. I will tell you, the pups when they come back from the kennel, because they were at the kennel. We were My wife and I were on a trip there, and they they're always kind of tired, and when they get home, they're not sort of up to a whole lot. So they were pretty excited, but they also sort of went and immediately kind of um, I played with the pups for a little bit, and then they kind of rolled over and were like, we're done. We just we need a nap." So am I out of weird drinks? No, I've got one more in the fridge. So um and I see is it one of the kennels where they get to play with all the other dogs? Yes, yes they do. Um, are we going to discuss anything Mendocino said today? Yes and no. And what I mean by that is that we are going to discuss some of what's happening. I'm not going to go to his speech because his speech is a masterclass in not saying anything and not being specific, and also not answering any questions, because he was asked a bunch of questions, and as per the current government's playbook, they don't answer questions. They just say the thing they wanted to say, and regardless of what the question was. Did I enjoy my trip? I did. I was off giving a speech at the CSSA conference, and I think that's going to go online. I will try to post that up myself. I think they've said that that's okay. I'll post my section of it. You can see the full thing later. And yeah, so hopefully everyone's got sort of something to you know to sip on, whether that's alcohol or not alcohol, or whatever. All are good choices. I know there's a lot of people who have said that they're sort of that they don't like the drinking discussion because they're sort of trying to quit or the like. But you know, it's we'll just sort of see what we can do here. And I'm just going to apologize in advance because we're gonna muddle through, and there might be some parts that are tough. Because yeah. All right, and I see we've got some gifted memberships here. Rachel Dueck, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Pamela Wissenbach, I hope I've got that right. Thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Rosie Neufeld, thank you for the member chat. Love this channel and love the law nerds. Me too. Tasha Lynn, thank you for 5 gifted memberships, and another 5 gifted memberships. Joshua Ten Hag, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Potion Master Danya, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. There's a game of Potion Master that I kind of want to check out. I've been playing a lot of Dredge the last few days because it's kind of a chill, relaxing distraction. Uh, and Aunt Jenna, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. So, yeah. Um, Now I got to ask chat. I've got an air conditioner running in the background here. I haven't seen anybody complaining yet saying, "Hey, I can't hear can't hear you over the fan. It's running on low speed." It's starting to get really warm here, and so I'm just trying to figure that out. There, it's and I see same but playing Valheim for the chill gaming experience. Nice. Runkle, are you on Steam? I am on Steam. Um, Steam, I have way too many games, and I have not gotten through nearly any. So I see people saying that they can't hear the fan. Oh, where's the tie? People don't read too much into the tie not being there. This is not like, Rob and I are not having a fight or anything like that. The tie is actually in my suitcase because I haven't unpacked the suitcase, and I wore the tie. So, I wore the tie. And so that's why the tie is not in the background right now. It's just that it was the tie was being used. So, yeah, the tie went on a trip. That tie, I need to get that tie like its own air miles or like frequent flyer number. So, yeah. Um, this is another great game here as well. I just finished a playthrough of Sons of the Forest. Not chill, not relaxed, still fun and oddly zen. I really liked that game. I really enjoyed it. It's still in early access, so they're still adding like plot to it, but it's a it's a good game. It's just you run around and you murder a lot. So yeah. Oh, and we'll just sort of running around. I'm sort of juggling more things than usual. Yeah, this is the first stream without Squirrel, and that'll be tough. So I see no problem on the audio. Turn on up the fan. I think the fan is hopefully running fine. Have I played Cult of the Lamb? I have not. So that one I'll have to check out. Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon I love, but it stresses me out. Darkest Dungeon, just every time I lose a character, I'm just like, no, no. And it's a game where it's really hard to get through without losing anybody. So I'm not even sure if it's really possible to get through without losing anybody. All right, so I guess let's kind of see if we can cover some of the stories that are going on now. There are a bunch of things that are going on. Some of them are funnier than others. Let's start with one that is kind of the conclusion to a story, and it's a good, it's a good sort of wrap up to the story, and that is the story of Gwyneth Paltrow. Now, you guys might have seen in the news that there's just been a recent development on that one, and I'm just trying to pull that up here. So give me a second here. So you're going to see a headline in just a second, and then I'm going to mock that headline. So let's start with that, because we all like stories where the news has got it wrong. All right. So we got here, Gwyneth Paltrow denied attorney's fees in ski crash lawsuit. Now, what does that sound like to you guys when you hear denied attorney's fees, right? Denied attorney's fees means that you think that she applied for them and she got smacked down, right? this guy wins. And I was like, holy crap. I was actually kind of surprised when I read the headline. I was like, what? Sanderson won on attorney's fees? That makes no sense. How? Yeah, people are saying judge denied her fees is what it sounds like. Went to court and lost. Sounds like the judge decided she didn't get her attorney's fees. That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all here. So let's look at what's actually going on. And I'm just going to say, I predicted what was going to happen. I said that this would be the smart move for Paltrow. This would be the good PR choice. This would be everything. Melissa Collins is saying she wanted her fees covered. Wow. No, we're going to see what actually went down because, yeah, so what they actually say here at the end, sort of buried in here somewhere, just trying to see where it actually is. All right, there we go. So this is the line here that actually tells us what happened. All the rest of this is largely BS. And it notes, the judgment said Paltrow would not seek attorney's fees and Sanderson would not appeal the verdict, effectively ending a protracted legal battle 7 years after the two crashed on a beginner run. So here's what actually happened. Paltrow won her dollar, right? She was asking for only one shiny dollar, right? That's all she wanted. And, it was, but she had the option to ask for attorney's fees at that point. And I think she really could have got them. But instead, what I said would be the best thing to do for her would be to make a deal with Sanderson in order to, and, here's the deal I was suggesting is that, and this was sort of as I was talking about it, I said, listen, they should make a deal. And the deal goes like this, that she drops her request for attorney's fees and he drops the appeal. I said that would be a great move on her part because it just ends all of the, it ends the lawsuit. He gets to walk away without going bankrupt. He gets to keep going on all those vacations he was having and so forth. And she gets to, move on with her life. That is a great scenario for both of them, right? And so that's exactly what they did. They made an agreement. This is the result of a deal whereby she agrees not to go after him for the attorney's fees, and he agrees to just drop that claim. So this is a really smart move. This is a good move on both of their parts, I think, because at this point, I think it should be clear to him. It's got to be clear to him at this point that he's not going to get any money out of this, right? He's not going to be walking away with dollars. There just is there's no path at this stage from him to dollars. And so once he's got that situation where there's no path from him to dollars, his best outcome is to walk away with nothing, right? For him, once he's lost at the trial, for him, it's a great outcome to just not lose any more money. And she doesn't want an appeal. This is so... this is the smart move. It is the right move from both of them. And quite frankly, I think that the discussion of an appeal was largely just there in order to help push the negotiations, right? Because I think that is, I think that's what they're looking for. So, this one annoyed me because they're trying to turn something that was actually just very sensible And I mean, I think it's Paltrow being merciful to an extent. Paltrow is showing that she is, that she doesn't feel the need to destroy this guy. And when she said at the end of the trial, that I wish you well, right? She stopped, she had that moment where she taps him on the shoulder and says, I wish you well. She meant it, right? Um, I actually didn't think I would come out of this trial liking Gwyneth Paltrow, because I can tell you, Gwyneth Paltrow, by her nature, is not the most likable person, right? She's not a person that just screams like, hey, this is somebody awesome. But at the end of the day, she's behaved really well here, and she came off really well with all of this. So let's have a look. We can just briefly go over it. The order. And I didn't want to go through Pacers. This is just a copy of the order that was posted on Twitter. And I see people saying, I like Paltrow better than Baldwin. You bet. You bet. What has she done in the past that was unlikable? Largely, she runs a company that sells snake oil. That's kind of it, right? She sells stuff that is kind of weird and probably unhealthy to use. I don't want to get into it too far, but so yeah. See, or you like her PR team? I mean, lots of actors have PR teams, and I can tell you, lots of actors did not do have not done well in all of this. Like Baldwin's got a PR team, so all right. And I see that her website's got some cool clothes on it, expensive but cool. I am not going to pull up her webpage. I already made that mistake once. Chat, you will not fool me into that one again. Because, yeah. So they returned a special verdict form. The document is attached. The jury found that Gwyneth Paltrow was not at fault. The jury found that Terry Sanderson was 100% at fault and that he caused Gwyneth Paltrow's harm. The jury found that Ms. Paltrow prevailed on her counterclaim and awarded her asserted damages of $1. Polling of the jury members indicated that the verdict was unanimous, which it didn't have to be, right? They could have gone with a majority. I see, based on this verdict, the court hereby dismisses plaintiff's claims against defendant Gwyneth Paltrow with prejudice, which means they're done, they're over, and fines in favor of Ms. Paltrow. Terry Sanderson is ordered to pay Ms. Paltrow $1. The parties have stipulated. Stipulated means they agreed, right? If the two parties stipulate to a fact, that means that fact is treated as if it's proven. That fact is a fact as far as the court is concerned. So they stipulated to that. And I just realized that I've screwed up. I'm going to fix that in just a second. We're going to get to me screwing up. We're going to fix something. Give me a second here. Sorry, I am just going into my, where do I find this setting? And yes, I understand the implications of this action. Yes, I understand the implications of this action. All right. I've just turned off super chats, and I'm going to tell you why in just a moment. She will agree not to seek recovery of her attorney's fees and costs, and plaintiff agrees not to appeal the verdict or file any post-verdict motions. He's not going to mess with this. He's done. He's finished. This document constitutes a final judgment and a full resolution of the case. End of order. All right. So that's it. That's the end of it. That finishes the case. Now, I'm seeing if Ian plays Cult of the Lamb. I want to know. I've been considering getting Potion Maker. I don't know if Potion Maker is the one I've been looking at as well, or if Potion Maker is the one that I tried and didn't like. I don't know Potion Maker. Potion Craft was the one I didn't like. Potionomics is the one I want to try. All right. I see. Can we still gift memberships? I think you guys can. So we're going to do a little swoop, and I'm going to explain why I'm blackmailing my chat. All right. So I have turned off super chats and super thanks, because if you are feeling inclined to do so, I'd like you to send it somewhere else. And I'm going to just post that up here. We're going to post that in the chat here in just a second. Just going to stop the screen there. All right. So where's that link? There's that link. Now, I don't plan to turn super chats on again tonight until and unless that thing hits its goal. If it does, or at the end of the day, I'll turn them back on. But for right now, if you're feeling inclined, hit that instead. So, we are at, let me just see here. So this is for Secret McSquirrel. And I see, Ian, you can make this a fundraiser. The problem is that if I make it a fundraiser, it only can go to certain charities, and it can't go to this fundraiser. So, I don't really know. I don't think that I can do it as a fundraiser for that. So that's Secret McSquirrel. Many of you wouldn't have seen a picture of her. I'm just trying to see, can I pin the link? Yes, I can pin the link. I just got to catch one of the chats there. Pinned. I'm also going to edit that into the description. Give me 1 second here. It is now pinned. I'm just editing it into the description. There we go. Hopefully that will have worked. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, the link is now, should be in the description. So if you refresh, it should be there. And I have also now pinned it. So that's her with one of her birds. She loved her birds. And you can see the birds. If you go on Roll of Law, we got to play some games. And there were birds. So yeah, lots of people contributing, but we're trying to arrange for a lovely send-off. Paul, one of her friends, is helping arrange that. And so that's what we're trying to do here. Make sure that her birds are taken care of, make sure that she's got a proper memorial. And I also want to share with you guys a couple of pictures here. And I'm just, give me a second. I'm just finding a place to put them. So I got a couple of pictures here to share with you guys. And I kind of want to get your thoughts on this. So Jane Stoddard, Ian, do you know if the funds we donated to our housekeeping fund are being distributed for this? So the housekeeping fund is a bit complicated because it is going to go into probate, and probate is going to take a long time to deal with. And I don't know if she's got like a will set up or how that is working. Folks, we'll talk about that as well, because yeah. So what ends up happening is that it goes into probate, it goes into and it's got to get dealt with through that, and ultimately that process will determine where that money goes, and it'll be a while. So and it may actually end up, depending on circumstances, going somewhere that she wouldn't have been the most fond of. There's nothing, unfortunately, that can be done about that. So, yes. And I see Ian, was Secret one of the players on your Stars Without Number stream, or was that just another frequent chatter. No, she was on the Stars Without Number stream, and so you can see her there. It's all right. So I want to yes, and this is a good point here. As always, if you can't afford to donate, please don't. Sharing the link is wonderful too. If you can't, if because times are tough for lots of people, she appreciates the sentiment there. And Lita Randolph is asking, Ian, did you get the brain? Trying to pick it up without dropping it. I got the brain. So, yeah, I got the brain. All right. So, couple of things I want to show you guys. So this is our first one. And this is the second one. And basically, you got the brain. Do you have a spoon? So the plan is for a bench. And give me a second. I'm just going to throw up a poll here. So basically, we need, now we don't get the final vote on this, right? This is ultimately going to be Paul's call. But I'm just going to ask people. So I'm just putting the poll up, and this will be helpful. Now, I kind of like this first one, and that's because it's got the bird cages, or the little sort of, I think they're lamps, but they look like bird cages to me. And then the second one, so this is number 2. This is sort of the one with the pond here. And option number 1. So basically, putting out a bench. This is a good point. Water attracts birds. That is an excellent point. So there should be a poll up. Hopefully people can see the poll. And I see somebody saying that the first one are bird feeders. Okay. If those are bird feeders, I kind of like the first one then. Because she loved birds, and squirrels also like bird feeders. Just trying to raid them. Have I talked about Bill C-11 yet? No. See, can we see the second picture again? This is the second one. So, and again, like, we don't get the, we don't get the final say here. Yep. All right, so we'll just leave that up for a second, and yeah, it's kind of interesting there. And all right, maybe we should move on and look at another story here. Hopefully everyone has seen those. I see some people saying that they want to change their vote. I don't know how to change votes. So, yeah. All right. we'll just pull this down for a second. And yes, the bench will be in Scotland. All right. So I just thought I'd cover a bit of a weird story and a bit of a. It's a weird story and it's a bit of a weapon-related story. I'm seeing some people saying re-poll, and a lot of people saying that they wanted to change their votes. So I'm ending this one. And so that one came in mostly at Pond. Whoops, I'm doing another. We're doing another. We're doing a re-poll here. And there we go. Just takes a second. Oh, and people are saying I also need to swoop. We'll swoop for the re-poll. All right, so there's the swoop. All right. I have no idea what this means. So, all right. Yeah, I mean, I sort of said happy stream. There's a lot of sadness too. But let's pull up a bit of a weird story. So, here we go. So this is from CNN Travel, and it's talking about a weapon that was confiscated from a Boston traveler's luggage. It is a vampire straw. Now, a vampire straw is apparently a weapon. So basically, he's carrying this thing, and now it took me a little bit to find these vampire straws, and they're at and that was mostly because this link I don't think was in it when I originally pulled it up. So let's have a look at this vampire straw. It is apparently $85. $85 for a vampire straw. And they're apparently custom made. You got to take 4 weeks for delivery. I'm sure they're selling a whole bunch of them. But they're basically a titanium straw with a sharp point on it. So the idea is that you can use it to drink. Or they say that you can also use it as a self-defense item. And they also note that it can be a very effective tire deflator. That one I actually think is probably the case. I bet this thing would work fantastically to deflate a tire. But, you know, the idea there is they're saying that you can like stick it in your cup, and then if you need to defend yourself, you can pull it out and stick somebody. Now, I'm just going to say, I don't think that this is the most terrifically effective weapon overall, but I guess the idea is supposed to be that you can carry it into, you know, in all sorts of places, and nobody would notice. Well, they certainly noticed at traffic safety. I see, is it supposed to be able to puncture the skin? Apparently. See, it's a trochar. It's an environmental tool, I guess. Yep. I just, you know, this is kind of a weird thing. I like this comparison, though, like the old hat pins that ladies had back in the day. Yeah, the other thing, I lost. So once upon a time, I bid on an auction and I lost. It was a silent auction, and we were sort of sitting there. Me and this other person were going back and forth writing our names in, and I got cut off as I was trying to write my name in. So that was what is it? That was for a pair of scissors, an antique pair of scissors, and it was a pair of scissors back from the day when the idea was that you would like women would carry them for self-defense purposes. So it was a pair of scissors that basically was like a dagger. So yeah. Now, a lot of people are saying, what about this one? What are the legalities? Well, the legalities on this one are kind of a problem because this is designed as a purpose-built weapon. So this is intended for use as a weapon, which means it's a weapon in Canadian law, which means you cannot conceal this legally. You just can't. And ultimately, that could be a real problem for you. You also can't carry it for purposes dangerous to the public peace, which would include self-defense. But it might be difficult to prove that that was your intent if you're just, drinking from it. And it's, yes, that you put in your mouth. If you do use it as a self-defense weapon, then don't put it in your mouth afterwards. Yeah. Somebody's saying, is it a weapon in the U.S.? That might depend because different states will have different definitions of what a weapon is. So that'll probably depend state by state. And in some states, it may be legal. And in some states, it may be full out illegal. So, yeah, I don't recommend carrying or using one of these in part because it's also probably not terribly effective. And what I mean by that is that knives aren't that great as self-defense implements because they are quite lethal, but they're actually very they're very slow at being lethal. And by slow, I mean like, an hour. Lots of people who are stabbed to death survive an hour. Because you can survive an hour if somebody has, stuck you in the lungs or the, liver or whatever else. And during that, in a lot of that time, you can still be dangerous. So this can be a real problem. I don't think that this is likely to be effective at stopping people. It might be effective at, at ending their lives. So, yeah. I feel like if you've previously used it to drink blood and use it in defense, that could create a... You're not supposed to use this to drink blood. Do not use this to drink blood. But it is kind of designed as like a metal Capri Sun straw. Yeah, it's designed to turn other people into Capri Suns. So, yeah. And this is the old line. In a knife fight, the loser dies in the street and the winner dies on the way to the hospital. Yep, real common. It's real common that the winner of a knife fight is the person who dies later. And a lot of people are comparing these to medical implements. We used to use them in the ER to put chest tubes in. People are saying that they're like a trocar. I had to pull up and see trocar images. And yeah, they do look like there are some, they are kind of similar. So don't use a trocar to drink your beverage out of, because that would not be sanitary. Somebody's saying, do they have the caption from the TSA in the article? I don't see one. Now, they also note here, and I'm just going to pull up the article again. They say in Massachusetts, where the man was arrested, it's illegal to carry certain edged instruments, including stilettos and daggers. And they say that the straw fit that category, so he's going to face some charges. I could actually see, this looks to me like it would qualify as a stiletto. I think that that's a solid argument. So Cheerful Bacon, Runkle of the Bailey, terrific stream. I'll have to be replay crew for the rest as I need to go. You're an amazing, kind person. Later on, well, thank you very much. It's an assault straw in Canada. Yep. Bringing a straw to a knife fight. Yeah, that is not really what I'd recommend. Not something I would recommend at all. All right. So, we'll put that one away for right now. There we go. And so some people wanted to ask me about some of the recent changes to to the or at least that have been proposed. They haven't gone through yet, but they are likely to Canadian gun laws. So we'll talk about those. So, oh, and I'm being told I got a swoop. Swoop. All right. Stilettos, not like the shoe, but like the weapon that the shoes are named for. A stiletto is basically a very long, thin stabbing implement. And typically, stiletto refers to something that is very thin and just comes to a point. Sometimes they're flat and, sort of knife-like, but they're intended for stabbing. They're long and thin. And that's sort of an important sort of aspect there. Now, the reason why stiletto shoes are called stilettos is because the heel comes down to a point. So the comparison was saying that the heel of a stiletto shoe is like a stiletto. And so now not so many people carrying stilettos around. Yeah, it's interesting bits of language. All right, so the government has put out what they plan to do. So the first thing they want to do is require that every new gun sold in Canada needs to get a firearms reference table number, which means that they can basically ban any gun by just not giving it a number. That's going to be a problem. That's a problem there. The other thing they want to do is require the permanent alteration of any long gun magazines so they can never hold more than 5 rounds, which is already the case for most long gun magazines, and ban the sale or transfer of magazines capable of holding more than the legal number of bullets, which was already the case, right? That's already illegal. That would have been weapons trafficking, in fact. So I don't know why they need a law for something that there's already a law for. But yeah, the government in Canada has been doing a lot of saying, we're going to put in a law to stop this. And it's like, well, that's already a law. So they're going to establish what they call an independent Canadian Firearms Advisory Committee. And they've already said that they're going to pack this independent committee with entirely anti-gun people. So it's an independent committee that they're going to hand pick. And as soon as you hand pick a committee, you are not into independent. But they've also said that they're going to hand pick them from anti-gun groups. So that's not super helpful. Yeah, they're going to ask them for what else they should ban, which basically means that they're going to take these anti-gun groups and start giving them a government paycheck is what they're planning on doing. They want to reintroduce the measures related to ghost guns, which is ghost guns is basically they want to restrict having data for 3D printers. I can tell you there's not been, I don't think that we've actually had any homicides with a 3D printed gun yet. And yes, this is a solid point here. The Liberals are keying up their election wedge issue. Yep, that is exactly what they're doing. We'll talk about that. They want to include a provision regarding Aboriginal and treaty rights of Indigenous peoples. And quite frankly, this is offensive. I'm just going to tell you why this is offensive. The language that they want to include is this. The provisions of Bill C-21 are to be construed as upholding the Aboriginal and treaty rights of Indigenous peoples recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act, and not as abrogating or derogating them. Folks, that is meaningless BS. And the entire reason that is in there is to lie to the public. Because what they're going to say is, no, we're respecting Indigenous treaty rights. We are respecting all of these because we put in this provision. that says that we're respecting them. But that's not actually saying that they're getting any exceptions. It's not saying that they're not covered. It's just, this is the equivalent of somebody who breaks into your house going, I'm not robbing you right now. Or these aren't the droids you're looking for, but minus the Force. So, this is frustrating as heck, and quite frankly, it will affect Indigenous treaty rights. It will affect Indigenous people, and they are they're just straight up BSing about it. Require a parliamentary review of the technical definitions. So I don't know what that technical definition that they're looking for is, but they want basically they want a review of the gun bans to say, can we ban some more stuff? And we'll get to that, Jonathan. I see your comment there. And they also want to amend the definition of a prohibited firearm to add a prospective technical definition, which is a firearm that is not a handgun and that discharges center fire ammunition in a semi-automatic manner and was originally designed with a detachable magazine with a capacity of 6 cartridges or more. So that's going to ban just about every semi-auto on the market. Just about every one of them. So, all right. This would cover firearms designed and manufactured after Bill C-21 comes into force. It would not affect the classification of existing firearms in the Canadian market. Okay, so that is good to know, but basically they want to ban a ton of new guns. All right. So obviously I'm not pleased with this, but we will see. And they're going to say, we're not banning hunting rifles because nobody hunts with any of these guns that don't exist yet. Yeah. So this is a point. How was Bill Blair the Toronto Police Service chief, but now thinks that legal guns are the problem? If you don't know what this is referencing, there was a protest. Bill Blair cracked down on that protest with fairly brutal force. There were people whose arms were broken. There were people, all sorts of similar situations. And it was ugly as heck. It was... they were straight up calling the facilities that they were taking to. The police were calling them the concentration camps. I know that that's not an appropriate comparison, but that's what the police were calling it. So that is that's ugly. All right. Now, I'm going to address this here. I'm going to also go through the super chats that came in before I remembered to shut them off, because I feel like I should. Jonathan says they make some amazing air guns that are legal still, though. C-21 will ban a lot of air guns. And the reason why is because a lot of air guns are tuned for the Canadian market. And C-21 will ban air guns that are... basically that have been modified for the Canadian market, because if the ones that are modified for the Canadian market now shoot under 500 feet per second, so that you don't need a license for them, and the ones that shoot over, or because there's one that shoots over, that it holy crap. Somebody just said to check the fundraiser. You guys are insane. 9,619 pounds of 10,000, 96% funded. Thank you, guys. All right. Thank you, guys. I still owe you guys reading the super chats here. Bears Halo, thank you for the new membership there. Trufflehound, hey Ian, good to see you back. As you said, a wizard is never earlier or late. I'm feeling Lord of the Rings is my theme today for the best elf. Thank you very much. Thanks, Truffle. It's much appreciated. Aviation Fanatic, thank you for being you, Ian. Thank you. Surreal Goose, Gwyneth Paltrow, she's no Ian Runkle. Well, thank you. Meadow, thank you for the new membership. And Susie McPaul, any weapon you have can be used against you. Decades ago, Australia had a series of attacks on nurses. Nurses would carry their scissors for defense, easily taken away. That is overrated, but it is still something worth training for. So if you, that's something that you should definitely, prepare for. Because if you're going to have a weapon, you should train for it. So yeah, it's something to think about, but more people worry about that than it actually happens. Typically when people have knives taken away from them, it's because they hadn't yet drawn the knife or they were unwilling to use it. So all right. Somebody's saying that they have a 1911 BB gun. Will that be affected? Yes. That would become a prohibited device under C-21. So they're not proposing to make you turn it in, but I got to try to rearrange my hair here. And but you wouldn't be able to transfer it to anybody. You wouldn't be able to do all sorts of things, all sorts of restrictions on what you could do with it. Therese M, thank you for the new membership here. I see. Don't be like the guy in Donut's last video. Get training to carry a gun. Absolutely. If you're in a place where you can carry a gun, and you're going to do so, get training. Cop told me that something is a firearm only if it shoots above 500 feet per second. That used to be the case. It still is the case. When is Lawyers and Dragons starting back up again? Do not want to miss it. May 27th is when that's going to start. And it will be, I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it a lot because it's important. So, yes, I will. This is a good point here. Can we shout out Hoag's fundraiser on Saturday? So Rick Hoag is doing a fundraiser at 10 a.m. That is, and that's for his the hospital that basically helped save his life. Because if you don't know this story, watch his channel. He's got a series of videos on it. He had one that came out today that I haven't been able to watch yet, but I'm planning on it. So Rick had a stroke. His wife initially saved his life, and she spotted, or she saw him. He thought he was having a rough day. He thought he was very tired, and he was bumping into things. He was slurring his words, and she had actually watched House, and House actually had the the descriptions of sort of stroke symptoms. And so she saw that. She saw that he was slurring. She saw that he was bumping around. And she asked him to smile. And his smile was lopsided. And she went, "We are getting you into an ambulance right now. Right freaking now." So they did. And they got him to a hospital. And he's had tremendous recovery. He's had amazing recovery. Better than most people can hope for, and yet less than we'd like, because we all love Hoag. We love, we want to see him back and functioning as, ideally at 100%, 150%. And, he's still working on it. But Rick has received some tremendous support from his hospital. And so now he's trying to fundraise for that. And so, yeah. And I have a thing I need to do here. And I just got to make sure I'm not sharing my screen for this. All right, we're going to do a thing here. Sorry, folks. I'm just going to be distracted for a second while I do a thing. Sorry, folks. Just having to do a thing. It's important. Now, you guys will probably have gotten to this before I do, but we're still doing it. All right. Here we go. You guys hammered it before I got there. All right. We did it, folks. All right. Well, I guess I should let people know on Twitter, and hopefully all right. Well, thank you guys so much. All right. Well, I guess I owe you guys something. So just put that back, and there we go. All right, so you guys have successfully responded to the blackmail there. Thank you guys. So yeah, I guess I'll turn those back on. Um, so all right. See, you don't owe us anything. I turned off the super chats. I said I would turn them back on. You guys got there. It was more of a. I didn't think you guys actually would, to be honest. Yeah. I've turned them back on because I said I would, but what is it? I'd still rather keep hitting the fundraiser if you're feeling inclined. And I see somebody saying, "Can we have a toast?" I don't know. We will try. We'll try a toast. We'll see if I can get through one. So got some good whiskey there, which I feel like she would. I don't have any. I should have gotten some proper Scottish whiskey. I've already poured this one, and I think Squirrel would be more annoyed if I wasted whiskey than if I toasted with the wrong one. It just means I'll owe her another toast. I have no idea how people do this. So to Squirrel, a good friend, best mod. I hope you're with your daughter. I mean, wherever you are, there's birds there. Sorry, folks. All right, we need a new topic. Because I am. I did warn this one might be rough. So. All right. All right. Let's talk about something silly. And let me just we'll just take that down. We'll bring up something a little silly, a little a little entertaining here. All right. So, I just am gonna ask you. I mean, chat. I'm sorry. This one's a little not safe for work. Oh, and I see we need a swoop. I'm seeing a swoop and a pickle cleanse. So, I don't know if we need the pickle right at this point. We've got the pickle handy, but we'll. So, let's pull up a story that I thought was just absolutely insane. So iceberg lovers go wild over viral photos of the Dickieberg off Newfoundland's coast. Now, to explain this headline, I've got to explain a little bit about Newfoundland slang. So Newfoundland is one of the few places where I've seen English to English subtitles, because Newfoundland has it has an accent to it. The East Coast has an accent to it. So Newfoundland has very heavy slang, and so Dickie Bird is slang for a pickle. We'll go with pickle. Now I want you to read the subtitle here. Photographer Ken Pretty from the town of Dildo. I'm not even kidding. That's straight up the name of the town. You can't make this up, folks. Captured aerial photos of a Dickieberg. And here is the article. That's an iceberg, apparently. Wow. So, yeah, that. You notice how there's even like two separate little side bits there. Wow. Like, what the heck? That's in the cold water. Yep. It's something. Now keep in mind, this is the old thing about the iceberg. Most of it is underwater. Only the tip protrudes. So, yep. This is actually a thing. I'll just note here. I have a friend who grew up in Dildo, Newfoundland, and people always question if the name is real. I've actually heard in people in Dildo having trouble getting packages sent. because they order something online, and once they order it, they order it from some small company, and they the company like looks at the thing and says, "Oh, this has got to be a spoof," and they refuse to ship it. Now, guys, it doesn't end here. Um, you might be thinking that this story is that it's over and done. It's not done yet. It is. It gets even more silly. All right. Um, so um, the photographer there, and check out the photographer's page. You know, his name is Ken Pretty. He's saying, "I'm getting a lot of response, a lot of reaction to the photo because of its resemblance to part of the male anatomy," chuckled drone photographer Ken Pretty. Now, I don't think I could do a Newfoundland accent, but Newfoundland is one of the accents that has inspired Gimlet's accent. So I'm getting a lot of response, a lot of reaction to the photo because of its resemblance to part of the male anatomy. Say, best I can do, sort of in. But he noticed this in an area of the province known as Conception Bay. You don't say. Conception Bay, huh? For the guy near Dildo, or for the guy from Dildo to capture a picture of this particular iceberg. Yeah. It's just bizarre. Now, this is even worse. Folks, yeah, I should have saved this for, if Robert EDB can show up later, maybe we'll have to pull this up again. Facebook users say the tip has fallen off. Oh, I feel like we all needed that. It's this one is just such a ridiculous story. I saw that one and I was like, I have got to share this. This is this one is awesome because yeah, I mean, where else, right? So yeah, it's where like and the thing is there's this is where I'm going to toot my own horn. I'm not trying to drag anyone down or anything. There's lots of sort of fun news recaps and so forth. I have a bit of an advantage, and the advantage is that I look at the Canadian stories as well, and the Canadian stories sometimes deliver because wow, that one is exceptional. I'm wondering if somebody saved the tip, like if they have that like kept aside somewhere. It's a Jewish iceberg. Yeah, just a little off the top. I see. So was all of Newfoundland founded, planned, and named by 13-year-old boys? I feel like that's a good theory. I don't know for sure. What do you expect from a country that named a Coast Guard ship Bodie McBoatface? Yeah. Was that Newfoundland? Where they did the I know they did the fundraiser and then it sort of came up and so forth. So yeah, this one is this one is just amazing. So sorry folks, I know I'm a bit of a child. We still have to cover that one. So that is something we got to do there. So all right. And it's this is good. It's difficult, but somebody on Twitter sort of noted, and I think that this is a really good line, noting that grief is love with nowhere to go, and I feel like we've given it somewhere to go today. So that you guys are amazing. You guys are awesome. And yeah. All right. Oh, and they say Bodie McBoatface. That's what I thought, that they didn't give Bodie McBoatface the name, that they weaseled out on it. So, all right. Let's sort of, I guess, I'm just trying to think. I pulled up, I was trying to find articles that were covering, I tried looking into squirrel articles, and I can tell you that those articles were usually not good. There was a lot of disputes that were people who were trying to sue like landlords for not getting rid of squirrels. And I was like, we don't need that. When is the Legally Blonde watch party with EDB going to be? It's a matter of scheduling. We're both busy people. And yeah. Are you aware that in the Law Nerd Dictionary, by way of example but not limitation, is defined as just the tip? I love that. That's awesome. Do you reckon the Dickieberg needed a tugboat? Maybe that's where the tip fell off. Oh, yeah. I feel like we've got to we got to laugh a bit. It's we got to be a bit silly sometimes. So let's I guess we'll do a swoop time. All right, so we'll see. I'm going to cover a story that's a little uglier, I guess, but also a little silly. So we will we'll have a look at this one, and this one I think you're going to we're going to sort of have a look at what it is, but it's a story of somebody behaving badly. I'm just gonna note that right off. So and it's behaving quite badly, but we'll sort of go through it as best we can and try to be a little dignified about everything here. So this is the story. We'll just pull this up here. Hopefully everyone can. Oh, no, I took it off the. There we go. Does not start with Florida man. It starts with Ontario man. Ontario lawyer, in fact, facing discipline after filing a $229 million lawsuit against a sugar baby that he was obsessed with. So he sued them for fraud. It's ugly. So let's have a look at what that kind of fraud lawsuit looks like. So because we got the case. Of course we got the case. We're gonna go to the actual case there. I will see about clipping the iceberg video, and then I will try to send it to Pixie, and because Pixie's got the determination on whether that's appropriate or whether that's not, because he's still a little kid, right? He's an amazing kid, but all right. So this is Ramal Shah. We'll just remove the highlighting there. V. Jones et al. Because there's a whole bunch of people. He sues her and her mom and her dad. And unfortunately, those names are in the public domain at this point because they went into the lawsuit. So, what is it? I hope the Role of Law Discord is going to cool down for a little bit. So we'll get back to gaming stuff. And I see Pixie had Corey unbox a huge crocheted. Okay, fair enough. So we got an idea there. All right. I see Corey has already seen it. Awesome. I hope he so yeah. All right, that's good stuff. All right, so let's have a look at this and see what's going on. And let's see if I can make this a little bigger. So this is the reasons for decision on a motion for summary judgment. And what summary judgment means is that the person who is being sued is asking for it to be thrown out of court, just wants it gone. So, and now keep in mind, the test for throwing out a case like this is actually very strict. It has to be that basically there is no way for them to potentially proceed with a case. So that's a strict test. But they are asking for it to be thrown out under two separate reasons. Reason number one, that it's statute barred under the Limitations Act, which means basically that he waited too long to file this, and therefore he doesn't get to file because it's past the limitation period. Or striking the statement of claim on the grounds that it is frivolous, vexatious, or otherwise an abusive process. Whew. Now, some people have asked to define sugar baby. Yes. So a sugar baby is either a cute little animal or an attractive younger person who receives money and gifts just for existing from an older, richer person. There are a variety of arrangements for sugar babies, which, but in this case, this was not, there was apparently no exchange of any sort of services other than just communication, right? Other than just chatting. So that is worth noting. And they met on a dating website. They say that it's described online as a premier dating website for sugar babies and sugar daddies. Sugar dating is also called sugaring, which is a transactional dating practice. That's a euphemism for you. Typically involving an elder, wealthier person and a younger person who needs financial assistance. Okay, so I'm going to give you the spoiler. This is going to get thrown out for being vexatious. And vexatious claims tend to be ridiculous. And and I see people saying that they don't believe that there was, that there wasn't any sort of other contact going on. That was both of their positions, right? That was both, they both agreed with that. All right. So he sued the woman and her parents, together referred to as the family, for $226 million. He primarily alleges fraud, defamation, interference with his economic interests, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and a conspiracy to commit the above intentional torts. She's 25 years of age, left home to attend university. Now, her understanding of the relationship was that she would keep him company virtually, listen to the stresses of his schooling and job, and provide friendship via phone, email, and text. They never met in person. So for all the people saying, there's something else going on here, they never met in person. So relationship started in May 2016. She asked money to assist her with various expenses, including rent, using his Uber Eats and Uber accounts on a regular basis. Folks, do not use his Uber Eats account if you are doing this sort of thing and you don't want to have contact, because the instant you use his Uber Eats account, he knows where you sent the food. You're giving away your address. That is not fantastic safety practices there. Just for people who might need that information. He understood that she was his girlfriend and stated that he was in love with her. He claims that he transferred approximately $20,000 during the course of the relationship. That is expensive. Oh, sorry, I was wrong. I said that they didn't meet in person. They did meet once. I misread that the first time. They met in person on only one occasion for dinner in Ottawa. She was unable to set boundaries at the dinner, and they did not meet again in person. They agreed that they could continue their virtual friendship as it was before their dinner together. So stay in a distance. And he became possessive and would interrogate her about who she was spending time with. He threatened to ruin her reputation and would call her harsh names that we're not going to repeat. So she tried to avoid contact with him, and she made up excuses to not have contact with him. She said that she'd broken her leg and that she had been diagnosed and was being treated for cancer, which was not true. So she just didn't want to deal with this guy. So she was, and then eventually she blocks him from all social media accounts, and he kept trying to contact her with fake social media accounts. He didn't accept the termination of the relationship, continued to send more money, which she refused. Good on her, right? It's hard if somebody's trying to send you money to just turn it down. And he became obsessed and very angry, started contacting her family, friends, and professional contacts, contacted her new boyfriend, and was writing emails to her mom and or mom's business contacts complaining about her behavior of fraudulently scamming her, which her parents were not aware she was involved in a dating site. Until then, this is a hell of a way to find out. So, yeah. So they say that they haven't presented any evidence to support his allegations that the parents were involved. And yeah. So should the limitation issue be decided? The limitation issue is less interesting because the limitation issue is just a time limit limitation here. So now I will note that one of the exceptions to limitation issues is fraud, because often fraud takes some time to be discovered. And we got a good question here. Whoop. Can anyone inform the Swede what vexatious is, or what was the word? Vexatious is the word. It's a different. It's VEXATIOUS, and vexatious basically means that it's brought for improper purposes. It has no value, no merit. It's offensive, is basically what that comes down to. Vexatious, I think, is the spelling. Yes. So, and I see people saying that it's on her also. I disagree. This guy is a crazy person who was violating the terms of their arrangements. So that's that. So yeah, basically they find that the court finds that the limitation period would knock this out. But so they say disposition of limitation issues dismissed because it has commenced more than 2 years after he discovered the material facts. And yeah, but they sort of note that he was aware of the material facts. So, August of 2018, he wrote an email saying, I've tried reasoning with her, but I don't think she ever loved me. This has been about exploiting me for money. You were literally on a site where what you are paying for is somebody exploiting you for money. That is what you're paying for, dude. That's what you're paying for. And sardonisms, have a good night. That's and I mean, she's allowed to there's another good point here. She's allowed to withdraw her consent at any time. She can say we're done here. That's exactly it. So he says, I spent a lot of money trying to help Kristen, so offer me a settlement and we can keep this out of the courts. I don't want to get back with her. Clearly, she was scamming me from the beginning and dating Ben. I mean, you were paying specifically for the communication. You were paying for somebody to have a discussion with you. This is akin to paying for a very expensive, untrained, but attractive therapist is really what he was paying for. So, yeah, and I see she wasn't blackmailing him or anything, right? No, she just wanted nothing more to do with this guy. So he asks for all this money. And as you can see from this case, he doesn't get it. What does he get? Well, he gets a different kind of prize. What is the prize at the end of the F around rainbow? What is the prize at the end of that? Oh, right. It is, you get to find out. That's what that prize is. So he effed around real hard. And I'm just going to say, 226 million was an insane amount to ask for, right? It's an insane amount to ask for. So now he gets the find out. Because remember how I said he was a lawyer? Well, lawyers are subject to, lawyers are subject to professional discipline. And that can include for things that you do outside of law. Like if I walked down the street and I decided to just punch some random person in the head, the Law Society would have opinions about that. And they would be very angry at me. So, that is the first thing. But the second thing is the Law Society has very strong opinions about frivolous or vexatious lawsuits. And I used to be a sugar baby that prizes companionship and arm candy. Yep. It's typically not, it's a very different kind of arrangement there. And I agree with this. If she said she had cancer, broke her leg in order to get him to send her money, that would be fraud. She stopped taking his money and then told him that to make him go away. Not fraud. Yep. That's exactly it. She was not taking his money. She was saying, go away, sir. So, yeah. But yeah, this is the thing is, especially as he pursued vengeance in court. Yep. That's the thing is when you start using the court system as a weapon, as a lawyer, you are opening yourself up to a world of trouble. And let's look at the trouble. So, Law Society Tribunal Hearing Division, Law Society of Ontario, and Asmat Raj Kumar Ramal Shah. So, they apply under Section 34 Sub 1 for a determination of whether you have contravened Section 33 by engaging in professional misconduct and/or conduct unbecoming a licensee, and for an order of Section 35. This is only the notice of application, folks. We'll get to the actual ruling as well. So, they say details of the allegation. Between November 2018 and November 2020, while representing himself in a civil dispute with AB, the respondent, he communicated and attempted to negotiate directly with AB despite repeated requests from her counsel, CD, to cease any and all communications with AB, contrary to Rule 7.2 sub 6 of the Rules of Professional Conduct. This is important. Oh, and I see Runkle, have you heard from Rob? I have. People, if you're concerned that there were tornadoes, I've had communication with Rob earlier today. So Rob is fine so far, unless it's happened in like the next little bit. This is a big deal because as a lawyer, let's say I am representing a client or I personally decide to sue Bob. Once Bob has a lawyer, I don't talk to Bob directly anymore. I talk to Bob's lawyer. You as a lawyer, and he remains a lawyer even though he's self-representing, cannot have direct communication with a represented party. And he did. That's a big deal. That's a problem. This also suggests that he was really out over his skis on this one, that he was thinking too much with his head and not enough with his actual brain. He was really thinking too much with his emotions, and he wanted directly to come after her. So that was a problem for him. Next, communicated with AB in a manner that was uncivil, offensive, discourteous, not in good faith, and otherwise inconsistent with the proper tone of professional communication, including using foul language and making unfounded, scandalous allegations, contrary to Rule 7.2 sub 1 and 7.2 sub 4 of the rules. I gotta say, if I am communicating with another person on a case, I don't swear at them. I might think it real hard in my head, but I don't actually say it. And I'm seeing, can I make the text bigger? We will embiggen the text. All right, there we go. Hopefully that, I love this. We're going to have to turn this. He was thinking with his iceberg. Iceberg is going to have to be a euphemism here. So yes, he was thinking with his iceberg, and it was a very bad idea. But you can't call somebody the C word or the W word in this case, because it sounds like he did, and yeah, that is that's a problem. C, communicated with CD in a manner that was uncivil, offensive, discourteous, not in good faith. I think that's the mom. And otherwise inconsistent with the proper tone of professional communication, including making uninformed criticism of the competent. Oh, CD would be the lawyer. Yes, that's counsel, CD. Including making uninformed criticism of the competence of CD and unfounded allegations of unethical conduct against CD, contrary to Rules 7.2 sub 1 and 7.2 sub 4 of the rules. Don't. This is another thing about lawyers, at least in Canada. You are expected to be respectful to other lawyers, and you can't say things like you're an incompetent boob. You might, again, think it real hard, but it can make it only this far down. Any further into the mouth area, and those ideas start getting you into trouble. D, threaten to initiate or pursue criminal charges against AB should their dispute not settle to his satisfaction, contrary to Rule 3.2 sub 5 sub A of the rules. You are not allowed as a lawyer to say, settle this or I go to the police. If you have an issue where you have to go to the police, you go to the police. If you have an issue where you've got to make a complaint about ethics, then you make the complaint. I actually had a dispute with another lawyer, and I actually sent him an email saying, hey, you have sent this letter to my client. I think that your behavior in this letter was unethical and that you should talk to the Law Society. And he sent me back something saying, and I actually included, I said, because I've made a complaint. And here's the complaint. Here's a copy of the complaint attached. And he said, it's unethical to threaten to make a Law Society complaint. And I was like, well, I'm not threatening to make a Law Society complaint. I already made the Law Society complaint. I'm just telling you I did. What is it? It was a little bit like The Watchmen, which I've got on my shelf right there. Do you think I'd tell you my plan if there was any chance of you stopping it? I already did it 13 minutes ago. Like that kind of thing. Yeah, this guy really, really screwed up here, at least according to the allegations. Let's find out what happened. All right, we'll just move this over here. Hopefully everyone can now see this one. We got a new thing. Why would it be unethical? Basically because it can be blackmail to say, settle this or I go to the police. And lawyers aren't allowed to blackmail people. I feel like that is, that's a fair rule. No blackmail, no crime. It's unfortunate, they're really kind of buzzkills, but yeah. Have ethics noticeably changed in the last 20 years? I actually think that ethics have not changed fast enough. And what I mean by that is that ethics are going to need to have some revision to consider the modern era, because all of these ethical rules were written in a time before Twitter, were written in a time before YouTube, all of this stuff, right? And so sometimes lawyers get into stupid fights on Twitter, and I guess we should get an answer as to whether that's unethical, but we don't really have one. All right, and somebody's going, Runkle's also into Watchmen too. Watchmen is one of those comics that was designed to put an end to comic books, and because it was so good that because that work was so good, he accidentally breathed new life into comic books. Yeah, and this is unfortunate. A Crown prosecutor threatened to follow me home twice. A witness sheriff heard it. A complaint was made, no investigation. Law Society BC said it's not threatening, harassing, or intimidating. I don't know the full details on that, but I mean, our law societies are not perfect. So, all right, let's look at what's going on here. So, the panel determined that the following allegations were established. And you may note that all of these seem familiar, right? All of the allegations against him were established. So, yeah. And then it's, what is it? The panel orders? 1, the respondent's license to practice law is suspended for 1 month, beginning immediately. I would have gone longer, personally. I would have gone longer than a month. But while the respondent is suspended pursuant to this order, he shall fully comply with the Law Society's guidelines for lawyers who are suspended or who have given an undertaking not to practice. And 3, we direct the Law Society to provide written submissions on costs within 14 days of the date of these reasons. They should not exceed 3 pages. The respondent's reply of a similar length should be received within 28 days of these reasons. So basically, Law Society gets 2 weeks to file, and he gets 2 weeks then to respond. Now, a month is week T, and I'm just going to say it's weak. Now, a month suspension does cause a lawyer a fair bit of disruption, and I'll tell you why that is, why that's a big headache for him. First is this. How many people can survive being laid off for a month? I mean, I like to make sure I've got some float, so that I haven't paid off all of my debts. I'm not like, hey, I'm debt free or anything like that. But I like to make sure that I've got some cash on hand such that if I needed to, I can survive for a bit, right? And I don't expect that it would be anything like, like this, because I don't do this stuff. But, if I don't know, got hit by a bus and couldn't work, so, but he's going to have to tell every single one of his clients that he's been suspended. That letter is going to have to go out to every one of his clients. And that, I will tell you, a lot of his clients are going to have a reaction to this. And that reaction is going to be, hey, you are now not my lawyer anymore. So just so you're aware, I suspect he's going to be fired by a ton of his lawyers, or by a ton of his clients. And we can look at the guidelines, because the guidelines are, worth looking there. See, 82% of Americans cannot cover a $500 emergency. Yep, and I actually think that that's probably gotten worse lately. I'm lucky enough that I've made some money doing YouTube stuff, and I will also say that I'm not the sort of guy who, when I make money, start buying a bunch of extra stuff. I think I bought like a few more Steam games than maybe I might have otherwise. And I'm seeing that it's 62%. Fair enough. It's rough. Crazy Cat Queen. I used to have 9 months living expenses saved up. Then I had to use it when a hurricane blew through our area. Now we live paycheck to paycheck. I'm really sorry to hear that. It's amazing how quickly you can get in a hole. It absolutely is. And when you think you have 9 months expenses saved up, you probably have 6 months or 4 months or 5 months, because, when you are in those expensive situations, it costs more than you think. And I see, did you ever end up checking out the game Generation Zero? I did not. I should do that. See, Ian, short and long-term disability insurance is not optional, especially if you're self-employed. I really should get some, especially because like the YouTube thing, I don't know if I know of a place that will insure a lawyer who does YouTubes. Like, how does that work? All right, so let's look at some rules here. All right, so they define suspended lawyer. So permitted activities. These are things you're still allowed to do. Not a lot of them. There's not a whole lot of rules, or not a whole lot of things there. See clients for the limited purpose of assisting them in transferring their past or present legal work to another lawyer. So the only lawyering you can do is helping them fire you. They'll let you do that. B, if requested by the client, suggest a referral to a particular lawyer to continue work on the client's file. The ultimate choice of who is retained rests with the client and not with the suspended lawyer. So you can refer people to other lawyers. Note that you cannot take payment for referrals in that circumstance, I believe. So, yeah. Took me 2 years to get a check from STD insurance company. They sell it having no intention of paying any claims. Yeah, there's if you what do you call it? If you are the insurance company at the point where you sell the insurance, you want people to buy it, but at the point where you have to pay out, you don't want to do it so much. And I hope that STD insurance company is the name of the company and not what they insure. I didn't really think of that. Jelly Bean, I became disabled at 20. Never really know what could happen. Absolutely. Rick had a stroke. You don't know. Just out of the blue, right? Just unexpected. And, I've said it before, I could get hit by a bus. I see short-term disability. There you go. Okay, that's good to know. I was worried. I was concerned for a second there. All right. They can collect accounts receivable. So a lawyer who's suspended can go after the people who already owe them money. I will say that a lot of suspended lawyers on that one, that's what they spend their time doing, is looking for everyone who owes them money and going, pay me now, please, because there's no other money coming in. So, yeah, and I agree with K.L. Burke on this one. Disability in Canada is legislated poverty. It is. Unfortunately, it is. All right. Render accounts for work completed on or before the effective date of the suspended lawyer's suspension or undertaking not to practice. They can bill out the work that they've done, but not do more work. And arrange with the lawyer whom the suspended lawyer has retained to complete outstanding reporting letters and undertakings for their remuneration. So they can do outstanding letters. Mandatory activities. This is stuff they must do. And before we do that, I should catch up on some super chats and some gifted memberships, because apparently once I turned off super chats, you guys got sneaky and figured out a way to work around that. So let's cover all this off. Brentwood Chic, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. It's much appreciated. Libra Librarian, member chat saying, do they think we're that stupid? If you're talking about the government, they do indeed, unfortunately. That's how they run. Rachel Duick, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. It's much appreciated. Ooh. Hello.
Well, that was fast. Hi.
Hi. Well, I thought I'd add you in. Have you been watching?
I caught some of it on replay when I was cleaning up stuff and sawing up a few things here and there.
Have you checked the fundraiser?
I saw. Pretty impressive, Mr. Friend, Mr. Ian.
Impressive. I have very little to do with it. I
think that you
these
kind
people in the pointing the wrong direction in the chat.
I know.
So
You gave them a task. You gave them a job, and you said, "I'm going to
I may
withhold
have
any."
blackmailed them a little
You
bit.
may not give any super chats until said job is done.
I was like, we're shutting this down. So yeah, no, I'm a little speechless.
We're not going to get emotional again. I know we've been battling with that.
A little bit.
But yeah, pretty cool.
A little bit. So I'm covering off. We've got some super chats and so forth. Lady Draconis, the member chat, 6-month member chat. Awesome job showing love for Mama Squirrel. Thank you. Rare in the history. Y'all amazing. Fundraiser hit 10K already. And a little squirrel emoji. Sandra Ramirez, we've met the goal. Squirrel emoji. Member chat from Aqua 46784. Thank you, Elf. You did good. Thank you. Julia 543. Best Elf, best squirrel. Well, thank you. Gray 08. Squirrel. As a member chat there. Claude Simeon, thanks for this space. We can celebrate secret. Yep. KL Burke, group hug Ian and friends with a hug heart squirrel emoji. And yeah. Vez from Quebec, we're all there with you, Ian. Hug. Thank you, Vez. Kelly's Corner, I'll break out the Lafroig for our squirrel. That's a good one there for that. And Lady Draconis, awesome job. Oh, I think I read that one. Showing love for Mama Squirrel. And Sandra Ramirez, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. And Rob in with 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. I'm just catching up on some super chats here before we go on to what this guy has to do. Did you catch what he was doing?
No, I tuned in. Rather, I kind of tuned in. Then I lost audio for a bit when you were talking about the iceberg.
Did you see the picture of the iceberg?
I saw the picture of the iceberg and the name of the town and all of it. Like sometimes, real stories are funnier than well, can't make this.
How couldn't that be real, right? Like,
because you just can't make it up.
You just
Which is not possible.
I'm gonna have to reach out to that guy and see if I can make that thing like a swoop.
Can I use your giant phallic iceberg photo?
Yeah, I would like to license the giant frozen the giant frozen pickle.
Yep. So
yeah. And
the membership gifting had a purpose.
Oh, did it?
It did. Do I get to explain it yet?
Yes.
I can?
You can.
Okay. I think it's a good place for it, right? Okay, good. Trials of the Century is returning this week.
Yes.
I think you need to make us big. Make us big.
Let me make us big. We'll put that away for a second there. Excellent. I've been waiting to make this announcement. I'm like, I don't want to steal Rob's thunder.
I know. It's perfect. This is great. Trials of the Century is coming back this week. And this week's episode is going to be Depp v. Heard and why it deserves a place among the Trials of the Century.
Yeah, we've we kind of debated that one because it was like it's too soon, maybe, but I think this one is not so much we can't guarantee that it's the trial of the century yet or a trial of the century yet, but it's got all the hallmarks and we can talk about that.
Yep. And, so Trials of the Century is going to have a new format too. So in order to make things a little bit more, well, Ian and I like to talk about random topics, etc., and we get sidetracked. So what we are going to do with Trials of the Century is, and we're going to take a page out of a good friend of ours, Emily D. Baker's handbook, and we're going to do a recorded Trials of the Century. However, we're going to simultaneously stream to both sets of members of Ian's channel and members of my channel. We're going to live stream the recording process. So it's going to be members only for the recording process. We're not going to do anything like that. We're just members only for recording process. And then we'll work on editing the video to clean it up, make it look like a real cool product. And then we'll release it the following week to the public at large.
Yeah. And so everybody, like, we're not cutting anybody out on Trials of the Century, because and I know you feel the same way, big believers in making sure that legal education is available to people who aren't, paying cash. It's just going to be, we can edit out some of our occasional stupid. That's mostly mine.
Exactly. Well, no, it's fair. We both get completely sidetracked and lost in conversation. I would like for the discussion of the trial to be far more linear than some of Ian and my better discussions. But
do you have the
map? Yeah, I don't have the map, but yeah. So this is kind of the ability for us to kind of go on those long rambling topics and where you can explore different really cool things. And you know what? It in kind of the shared spirit of it, it's going to be, Ian's going to be broadcasting to his members. I'll broadcast to my members. I know that there's a lot of overlap, so you can be on either one of those channels.
And I'm not going to fault anybody when you guys are all on Rob's, because I know that, what is it? I haven't actually done a member stream, and YouTube, if you haven't done member streams, YouTube really down promotes your members streams. Which is weird. YouTube has this thing where they like decide what your channel is, and then until they decide that you do something, you're not allowed to do it without getting punished. It's weird.
Ian, trust me, that little short. So most of the shorts that I put up, like the woodworking content, I've been putting up shorts as members only. But for the little squirrel plaque I made for secret, I put that up as a short, and YouTube was like, nope, don't like this. Do not like this, Lawn Lumber. Nope.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I actually I had my first meeting with, like, they've got a like a channel advisor. And I mean, most of what they said was basically just keep doing a channel, which, like, okay, cool. But they did note, they're like, when they were saying, hey, have you done shorts? And I was like, I've done a couple and they've bombed. They're like, yes, if you do a couple, they're going to suck. Yep. If you do more than a couple, then eventually YouTube figures out that, like, you might have some good shorts, and somebody's going to clip that and take it out of context.
Every now and then you get those two, Ian, and you just got to run with it. You've done it to me how many times?
That is true. And what is it? I've got somebody clipped a moment where you were playing a song. I was dancing along to it.
Oh, it's fantastic! It is. It was the Taylor Swift, the goat scream emoji version of it. It was fantastic. Yes. I have replayed that little clip of you dancing with two mallets in your hands, like a million times. It's like instant, just hilarity. But yeah. So but TOTC, people are asking what the day and time. It's still going to be, I think it's still going to be Wednesday at 8 p.m. We're going to keep that time slot, both for the recording, and then the release is going to be the video on demand. We're going to premiere it, so we'll have the live chat up. So we'll both be in the chat as well, for people that didn't get to watch it while we were recording live, but still have questions. Or if you watch it while you're recording live and have questions you didn't think of, we'll be in the live chat for that one.
Yeah.
So
that's
that'll be Wednesday at some time, probably not 8 p.m. so we can include a lot of people in that, but
we'll have to figure all that out, like timing. But yeah, it's I'm really excited. And I see somebody was saying that they didn't think a civil trial could be a trial of the century. I think I think the first one was the McDonald's trial. Like that
wasn't our first one. We did the McDonald's one somewhere along the way. The first one I think was Lindbergh.
Okay.
It was the Lindbergh kidnapping.
I mean,
but yeah, we've had civil trials along the way. Enron, we did Enron. That was one.
Yep, that's a big one. I mean, the thing is that there's a lot of like the big trials are going to be criminal trials, right? Because you get horrible things that have happened. terrible wrongful accusations, and typically a wrongful accusation in the criminal sphere is way less bad, or sorry, is way worse in the criminal sphere than in the civil sphere, right? But that doesn't mean it's consequence free, and yeah, there's it's important, and I don't mean to like denigrate civil trials, because people who are involved in civil trials, it's their entire life, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah. I've actually had people come up to me and they're like, "Hey, I want to sue somebody," and I'm like, "For how much money?" And they're like, $5,000. Like, you don't though.
You will spend more money in suing for that 5,000. But then again, there are people that want to make the point that emphatically that they do.
Yeah, and I mean, small claims court is not typically as bad, but ooh, I like this. Is this on our list? Because you've still got the list. Radium Girls.
I don't have that one. I have another piece of paper here, though. I can write that down.
That's got to go on the list.
Radium Girls. What's the Radium Girls trial?
Do you know who the Radium Girls were?
No, but I'm going to do the most Rob thing ever, and I'm going to write it on a piece of wood.
I've done that. So Radium Girls. Oh, and I'm also seeing Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. So way back in the day, radium, they thought it was like a health tonic, and they thought it was great for everything. And one of the things that it got used for was glow-in-the-dark paint. And so they would paint glow-in-the-dark onto all sorts of things by hand. And so including things like, watch faces. And what they were doing at that point was, you want to keep your webcam is either you're manipulating it or it's gone nuts.
It's gone nuts. Stop. Stop. Behave. Come back to me. Baby, come back.
There we go. Now it's swinging back.
What have I been? The camera had a name. We called it something.
But
we called it Jarvis. The camera's name is Jarvis.
Jarvis is a bit of a jerk.
Jarvis. Yep.
So they needed to have their paintbrushes really fine, because if you think about a watch face and you're trying to paint the little numbers there, so what they do is they, draw it to a point with their mouth as they're dipping into the radium paint. And the radium caused all sorts of problems. As you can guess, it's what radium does. So, and they were actually like, it wasn't just that the new people coming on were taught either by the old ones or by the managers that this was the proper way to make sure their paintbrushes were pointy, was using their mouths. So they got educated in how to do this. But I mean, this was also the same era where I think it was Harvard, I might be wrong, had a fundraiser where they invited people to enjoy a radium-laced glow-in-the-dark tonic. Everybody got a special cocktail.
Inadvisable.
Glow-in-the-dark. And let me just say, I mean, there are glowing drinks that are safe to drink, but if you get a glow-in-the-dark drink that is, because it's radioactive, get out. So, yeah, can I make a request for Redonda Vought, the RN
that's on there?
Charged? Oh, awesome. So yeah. Yeah, and people noting that they used it as makeup. They painted their nails. They painted their lips. They used to X-ray your feet and shoes so that you could see how well they fit at the shoe store. So you could see how your feet were fitting in the shoes.
And I see some people like saying, let's not talk about Deputy Heard. We're not. We're actually, this is going to focus on the trial itself, how it came to be. So
the gamesmanship of it.
Yeah, it's the chess match.
Yeah, it's and I mean there's a lot of considerations that go into that trial that go beyond just beyond standard tactics, right? Because I've sort of described Deputy Heard as basically two trials. One that's in the courtroom and one that's happening outside the courtroom, and so because of that, we've had court proceedings where people have had to learn that this is a thing, right? Um, so yeah, I see. So we won't hear all about Elaine.
No.
I might have to pull up the picture of the what do you call it? The llamas or the what do you call it? The alpacas. That's the word I was looking for. The alpacas.
It had to be one of the first trials where, actually, come to think of it, no, it was not the first trial where animals were outside the courtroom. Scope's monkey trial. Remember? They had the monkey in the courtyard.
I love that.
This is one of the fun things about all of that. Like, people are like, this is the first time in a courtroom that this has happened. And Ian and I have done enough of these. We're like, actually, come to think of it, we covered this one like 8 weeks ago. This happened before. But yeah.
I know that there was also a trial for a cattle rustler where they actually had the cattle outside the courthouse for use as evidence.
We talked about it on Friday that Ed Sheeran, were you on the stream at that time? Ed Sheeran actually played.
So. No.
So Ed Sheeran, in a copyright litigation suit, Ed Sheeran actually played to the jury in New York with a guitar. He was playing to the jury, showing how the chord progression works and how the process works. Like, I'm going, you got a free music lesson from Ed Sheeran as a juror member. Like, did you sign up for that when you like?
I mean, usually being a juror sucks. I would be 100% on board with that. The other one that I think of in terms of that was there was a lawsuit between two chocolate makers, but and they were debating like whether recipes had been stolen because one of them worked for the other one and then quit and then started up his own shop. And the question was basically, did he steal the recipe book? And so the jurors had to eat a whole lot of chocolate. And I got to find the case because one of the jurors afterwards was interviewed and basically said, I never want to eat chocolate again because they had to go through like so many rounds of eating chocolate.
I believe it.
You know, they were just like, we're done with this. They ultimately ruled that the recipes were sufficiently new that it wasn't that they hadn't copied. And they basically said, yes, there's lots of, lots of people have like a cherry chocolate, but this one tastes different enough that it's probably not the same recipe.
There was some conflict. I didn't get to litigation, but I know that it was some consternation in something that's like in my neck of the woods, like woodworking sphere. There is a blade manufacturer, a circular saw blade manufacturer called Forest. Forest is the manufacturer that manufactures these blades. And one of their chief, I think he was his chief design engineer, but left, informed his own company, Ridge Carbide. And the quality in the product, both the steel, the carbide, the manufacturer, and the sharpening is right on par with itself. Now, these saw blades aren't cheap. Like Forest charges, I think, $200 plus for a 10-inch circular saw blade or a 10-inch blade for my table saw.
That's way more than I spend on a saw blade.
They don't mess around like the carbide. So I've got my Ridge carbide blade. Like, these things are, I throw this on when I need to cut like some serious stuff, but
I've got a saw blade that I use. I need to beat the hell out of it with.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, you take good care of it, but it gets back to it, and there could have been a lawsuit, but realistically, not, because there's only so many ways that you can actually fold and smith steel. So there's only so many different ways that you can get the same result, and there's only so many things that you can do from a design perspective to a saw blade to make it distinguishably unique. So both of these manufacturers exist in the same space, and I imagine there was some tension. Hopefully that's now since passed, but it never really got to litigation. But this type of litigation happens a lot.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been covering the GWAX lawsuit, which is similar stuff. Apple Silver is saying, Runkle, do you hold any patents? Not currently. I'm debating applying for one. So I got to actually do some research on patent. Well, not just patent law, but patent applications. I'm also seeing that we've got a request for Triangle's shirtwaist.
That's on there.
That's
a tough one. That's a tough one to cover.
It is.
There's a lot of not good things. That's a civil one.
Yeah. And that's a rough one.
Yeah. That's going to have a lot of cellophane warnings.
Yeah. I mean, we'll just have to figure out how to cover that one that isn't focusing on the bad bits, but instead focus on the legal aspects, right?
Yep. We're good at that part.
Yeah. So where was I? Oh, right. I had super chats. So Trials of the Century back soon. And I'm looking forward to it.
Once a month format, by the way.
Yeah.
We're not going to, because it's just going to be better. Trust me. Doing it every week was killing both of us. That was one of the reasons why we had to scale back.
Yeah. The other thing I want to cover soon, we're not going to get to it in May because May would have been the ideal month, but we'll get to it in April, soon, is, and I'm blanking on his name. What is it? Milgard. Yes, I was promised a May Milgard episode, hopefully an April Milgard episode. So we're going to miss sort of some anniversaries there, but I basically said that I wanted to cover the three big, they call them sort of the big M, wrongful convictions here in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And you can guess what they all have in common, which is that they're all Indigenous. Because as it turns out, that racism aspect tends to play a role in all of that. But they're all tragic stories. And one of the things that's really awesome about that one, when we get that one going, just for chat, Milgard did some videos. He did some activism in his later years because he became a big advocate for wrongfully convicted people. And so one of the things, there's him doing some poetry that he wrote. And I actually got permission from the people who manage his ongoing affairs. They said,
wow.
they said, I reached out and I was like, I would like to do an episode on this. Can I use, or people are saying April just ended. Yes. June, the month after May. I've not been getting a whole lot of sleep.
Ian, time is a construct. Time is a construct. I am just, no.
I have not been getting a whole lot of sleep. But, just noting that, or they said basically if you're doing something on, on his case, sort of covering the wrongful conviction, go nuts. So we'll get to, it'll be one of these few cases where we can actually see the guy and see kind of who he is and who he became, because obviously wrongful convictions kind of shape a person, right? So,
oh yeah.
And the chat is reminding me that I owe them something, and that is this.
Cue onslaught of profanities and inappropriate language, and
I'm not gonna just like drop into swearing, but
I mean every now and then I want to.
This just says that we can't. I mean, every now and then I want to, for sure. So I was trying to, like, how when if you've got stuff that you use for traveling, like I've got a little travel dock kit, like your hygiene sort of stuff for traveling.
Mm-hmm.
So that, of course, is stuffed into a drawer or onto a shelf, and it was stuffed onto the shelf by my wife. And I'm just going to note, I'm 5'10". My wife is substantially taller than I am.
Really? These are facts I did not know.
Substantially taller than I am. So she does all the like reaching tall things and so forth. And so she put that way in the back there. Now,
no. Was that like intentional punishment?
I didn't want to go and like get the like, the little, we've got like a little step ladder thing. I didn't want to go get that. So instead, I'm just reaching up and trying to dig this thing out. And as I pull it out, I knock off the thing of shaving soap. Because I use a like the safety razors, which just are razor blades, and a brush and soap. And so that comes falling off and lands directly on my toe. And I will tell you, I invented new expletives at that moment. It was like, because that was painful. I should note, 5'10". I vary depending on my. I vary basically from like 5'8" to 5'10", depending on how bad my back is. Because my back is really bad. I get shorter. But yeah, that landed directly on my toe, and I was just like, "Oh my!"
See,
my wife is like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "I'm not injured."
I just had this vision of like you crawling on a counter like a kid that's trying to get the cookie jar. Like that's the vision. Like you're just trying to reach up and grab your. Yeah, that was. Sorry, it just came to mind.
So I'm just gonna say, we live in an old house, like a 50s era house, and so these houses are sort of built small, but they do have high ceilings, which means they've got high cupboards. So I have literally had to do the thing where I'm climbing up onto a counter to reach up for high things that my wife just put up there.
How I imagine that there are some photos on Mrs. Runkle's phone where she has walked in and caught you on the counter trying to. Any decent wife would pleasantly shame their husband in that moment and just take photos of like on top of the counter trying to get something out of the cabinet. I feel like that's just fair game in any relationship.
So, Mrs. Runkle doesn't want to be on stream.
No.
However, I do have a picture that I am now going to share with Rob specifically not for putting on stream, but just for seeing the picture. And you could tell me what you think of this one.
Oh, please tell me this is Signal. I'm going to love this. This is going to make my day. I just know it.
Let me just pull this up here. And folks, this picture is on my wall. When you saw me like leaning over weirdly like that, that was me taking a picture of my wall. So,
oh, Ian. Oh no.
That's from our wedding.
This is. You guys, I have to. I'm going to try and find the appropriate words to describe the image I'm looking at right now. The image I'm looking at right now is a hatted Mr. Runkle. The hair is not gray. It is instead under a lovely looking top hat, complete with a black trench coat. Was that trench coat or was it tails?
It's a tuxedo. There wasn't tails. It was just a.
All right. So black tux with a lovely, the lovely tux shirt, and Mrs. Runkle is holding Ian like a baby. Like a child that needs to be elevated.
I wouldn't say like a baby, but she's holding me up in the air.
Say every now and then, when a kid's reaching up to the cabinet, like they're stretching and reaching up to the cabinet, when a parent comes by to go lift the kid up, when the parent's grown big enough where they can't just do this, right? What do? They reach in, they grab them with both hands, and they put them up on their hip, and they lift them as one big unit like that, right? Right? They just lift them up and hold them, and they hoist them up in the air so that they're nice and tall again. That is the beautiful image that I am looking at right now. Oh, I was correct. This did make my day. And yes.
Yeah. You
In a
can see
green
like
field.
you can see
with
like a half
sky.
foot of sky under my feet from where she's got me, where she's lifting me up.
Yep.
It's
This is. I didn't know I needed this. I needed this. This is fantastic.
One of my friends did my wedding photos as like a wedding gift, and this is above and beyond like the it's the best photo, right? And so that one is, I've got it on a metal like a metal anodized print, and it's up on the wall.
Yep.
Because it's just, one of those things where you sort of, you've had a rough day and you can just kind of look up. What is it? I can say I've got a bunch of sort of mementos behind me, some of which are things that sort of like that I'm really proud of. The what is it? The Stollery Bear, for example. People are asking, did I kneel to propose? I actually proposed in a Mazda 323. There's not a lot of room for kneeling or anything like that.
So, I can see that. Given the fact that you decided to approach your now wife after shooting her with lasers when her pants split, I can see the proposal in a Mazda.
But what is it? So I've got that picture over there. Over here, I've got a floor plan, like a garden plan, that was drafted up by somebody from the house I grew up in. So that's kind of a connection to that. And I've got a painting that was done by my mom over on that wall. All of those are sort of things that are that make me smile on a rough day, and so I like to have them kind of in my view. So
the chat has asked me. The chat has asked me about the tie, and I do not see said tie.
The tie is still in my luggage because I got here last night and I haven't unpacked. I wore the tie. I wore the tie to give a speech.
You didn't.
I did.
You did.
So, and I'm seeing when will Rob meet Mrs. Runkle? Rob needs to go to Canada this summer. It's most summer. I agree.
That's a good time. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's but yeah, no, it's I like that picture, but I thought I'd sort of share that one. I forget how I got here. Does
it really matter? Like that's the thing. We're here. It's a good place.
That is
being
true.
in a good place is more important than anything else. People are asking for clarification because some people don't have Twitter.
Okay. We're not going to get into any of the stuff here. This is going to be a happy stream. So for the people who are asking if Scott is still in Trials of the Century, it's going to be Rob and I, and maybe sometimes we'll bring in somebody else. We haven't really decided on that at this stage, but it's going to be Rob and I. If you want to know the details, there's Twitter. Twitter is a great place for negativity. What is not a great place for negativity is this stream, because we're more celebrating somebody's life rather than anything else. And so we're not bringing that in here. So,
it was just clarification because answering the question quickly prevents the question from being asked repeatedly.
And now I will distract with some cuteness.
Where? Yeah. Yeah. Now that you made the comment about Twitter is for nasty things, that dog did some nasty things that were Twitter worthy.
That dog did. Oh my God.
Who's a happy puppy? Who's a happy puppy?
So that's Zora. She's got an itch. And she is super glad to be home, and she's just burying herself in the blankets there. So, yeah, Zora is having a good time there. Yes. So
This was before or after you cleaned the sheets and everything in the room?
That is after. That was filmed earlier today. What is it? So a few days ago, what was being referenced was that. So Zora was outside playing, and as the snow melts here in Canada, we enter into the mud season. And so it was raining and muddy and gross and unpleasant and really miserable. So Zora comes in, and Zora's normally pretty good about this, because normally I hold out a towel and she's like, oh, good, I'm going to get some pats. That's great. It's a mutually beneficial thing. She's like, I get pats with the towel, and then on my end, like, she's not so filthy. This time I was like, hey, and she's like, zoop, and she just dodged that. So she ran straight down the bed as I'm hustling after her, going, Zora, and I'm holding up this towel, and she fires herself up on the bed, and she does that same happy puppy roll through the bed, and it was just mud all the way through. And my wife was out at the moment, so I'm sitting there going, I want to clean this up before she gets here. And so I'm just getting some sheets, and then sure enough, she comes home. She's like, what the hell? What the heck happened to... And I'm like, the dog. And she's like, okay, but why in the bed? And I'm like, because that's where she loves to be. She just into the... And it was like, crud. So, and I see somebody saying, this is why dogs do not belong in beds. She's so sweet, though. She's not normally a filth beast. And
filth beast.
The thing is I really... Something I find tremendously comforting. So my wife goes to bed at like human people hours, which is not when I go to bed. I go to bed at stupid hours. So when my wife goes to bed, Zora comes downstairs. She goes to bed too. And so, but then, so Zora will, camp out where I would normally sleep. And so then when I come downstairs, she's like, okay. And she rolls out of the way to make space for me. And then I get to slide into a warm bed, which is a lot better in the winter than in the summer, let me tell you. In the summer, I'll probably put a pillow on it just to keep her from doing that. And then once I get into the bed and under the covers, she rolls back and sticks her head over and uses my legs as a, as a pillow. Or sometimes she'll just like go and just camp out on my legs and sleep. And it is the cutest thing ever. And I kind of love it, I got to say.
Oh, you're not sentimental at all.
I'm a little sentimental. I
was being facetious.
Potter, on the other hand, likes to sleep on the couch because he does not like being disturbed when he sleeps. So when he's sleeping, he doesn't want, he doesn't want anybody getting in his way or anything like that. He's just like, nope, I'm going to go sleep on this couch here. I'm close enough to you guys that that I'm still kind of in the loop, but I'm doing my own thing. He is much more the stately gentleman than Zora, who is like the crazy, I love you and I want to bounce sort of thing. Zora is made of springs.
Yep, that's fair. So.
Oh, we got a ping. Hello.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Emily.
I am so late. It's good to see you. Were you just trying to wrap up?
No,
Okay,
we're
good.
still chatting. I don't know if you saw this, but I gotta show you because it is awesome.
Please show me. That's awesome.
So I had to blackmail my chat a little bit.
Oh, blackmail.
They were sending super chats, and I was like, I am turning super chats off, and I'm not turning it back on until you guys hit that target.
I love that.
Which I thought was an empty. Like I thought that it was just going to be like, hey, that's going to be how the stream goes. But no, people hammered that, and I am so thankful because
That's really incredible.
It's we've got an amazing group of people here and celebrating an amazing person. So
absolutely. Well, I'm sorry it took me so long to get in and say hi.
Oh, no, Ian, when you said there's something I have to show you, my mind didn't go straight to the fundraiser. My mind went to something else.
Oh God.
There was there's a
book?
something that is
book.
Did you
right up. No,
you're
it's not a
thinking
book.
the iceberg.
It's not a book. It's an iceberg. It's an iceberg.
Did you see the iceberg story?
No.
Okay, we're gonna have to show you the iceberg story.
Okay.
Get ready on the pickle.
Memeing on Lawyer Cat and the Met.
Yes, that was fantastic, and I almost died laughing at least twice.
So
I don't know what the iceberg is. I'm sorry.
So iceberg lovers go wild over viral photos of the Dickieberg off Newfoundland's coast. Now, keep in mind, Newfoundland's slang has Dickie Bird as slang for a pickle.
Phallic member.
So,
wait, I need my pickle. Hold on. Where did I put my pickle? Well, I need my pickle. Mine's not a pale pickle. I need my girthy party.
Excuse me. My pickle has magic glowing powers.
Thank you for telling us about your magic pickle. Holy shit! That's delightful.
Oh no. The best is, Ian, you have to tell him where the photographer is from.
So the photographer is from the town of Dildo, Newfoundland.
Well played, universe.
And also, you see how the pickle also has like these two sort of
it has balls.
No, we see it.
It
We
really
see
does.
it. We see the iceberg and the thing supporting the iceberg.
Now, it's even better.
This is just a delight. I'm tickled. My pickle is tickled.
No.
I meant the pickle, the actual pickle.
I know you did.
This was also filmed in a place called Conception Bay.
Ooh. Is it a mating ground of sorts? Like, is there a reasonable explanation for it being called Conception Bay?
I don't know. I don't know if there's a reasonable explanation for a town being called Dildo.
I mean, what does the rest of the iceberg look like? Because generally with the iceberg,
I assume it looks like the rest of the dude.
The water is normally just the tip.
Oh, just the tip.
So this is the rest of the iceberg, apparently. But
it's well framed.
It is.
It really is. That's how it highlights.
It's held kindly.
Yeah. So someone took. Well, I'm not going to say anything, like photography lessons and like how to frame your giant iceberg
dick
and make it appear.
It's just
and it's in cold water too, so you got to give it some credit.
I mean, it is pretty impressive for being in cold water.
Apparently, the tip has since fallen off.
That happened.
So it's now a circumcised iceberg.
Oh, poor thing. It looked a little circumcised before, though.
It kind of did.
I mean, if you scroll up to
Whoops! No,
we're not going to talk about
the thing. So
the news just wins. The news just wins.
I love this so much. I love everything about it. It's impressive. It's impressive. I'm glad somebody photographed it and has a sense of humor. I'm glad the world has not lost its sense of humor.
I feel like the universe sometimes
has blue balls. Oh no, it has blue balls. No,
chat.
is forever king.
Hey, chat is forever faster than the rest of us can be. It's all the brains at once doing all of the things. It's so good. It's so good.
It's bigger than it looks.
Yeah.
The water is just cold.
Clearly. Of course it's bigger than it
Everything.
looks. It's impressive. It really is impressive.
I see how many inches. I don't know, but somebody's going to exaggerate it.
You know how photogs are. They're like, well, it's a big cock story now, not a big fish story.
Oh god.
That's so funny. How did this come across your timeline? I need to know. Like, how did this present itself to you?
So I was just reading Canadian news, and I would say it's a slow news day, except honestly, I'd rather hear about this than like most political things or whatever else. Like this, but I do feel like I really need to contact Manscaped and get them a sponsorship, and just note, like, I'm only going to read it at the stories like this.
I mean,
and this,
I know a person.
just
Manscaped is one of my favorite sponsors. They kind of do whatever I want.
If you want your iceberg to stand proudly above the coldest of waters, Manscaped.
You need to keep it trimmed.
It'll be like, I only read this when it's
Lawnmower
funny.
is really water resistant. You can use it in the shower. You could probably use it in conception bed. I don't know how it does with the cold though.
I feel like the cold is a problem.
Maybe not ideal for trimming. So you were reading the Canadian news. I've heard about Canadian news. There was some bill passed about streaming or something.
Oh yeah, they want to ruin my my internet career.
I've heard.
So basically, the idea.
Am I making you switch topics? I'm sorry.
I haven't talked about it, but I should probably do the swoopy thing. That's my swoopy thing.
We love a swoopy thing.
So Bill C11, which is because it's a House of Commons bill.
Which was so funny because it sounds like you sunk by battleship, but I like how simplified it is. It's just C11.
Yeah, it's also got it's got the the numbering, so C11. It's got the it's also got like a short title, and then it's got a long title. So now I had an idea on Twitter that I think is a really good idea. And here's the idea. It should go, the party that doesn't advance a bill, like the party that's in opposition, should be the one that gets to name the bill. Because if you need a catchy name to pass a bill through, then you should, then that should fail. But we have sort of two theories of bill naming in Canada, aside from people who are actually just named Bill. But one is that they will name something like Protecting Children from Online Predators Act.
Of course.
Which is the usual thing. And the other thing that they will do is they will name things something super boring, and that's when they don't want you to pay attention. And so this one is... Yeah, this one's an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
Related and consequential amendments. It's like, those, what are those? I want to know what those.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, that part.
So what it does is it brings... they've said we're not regulating user content, but we are regulating the platforms that user content goes on.
This is why the Canadian YouTube creator liaison was talking about this today. This makes sense.
Yeah. Because what they're wanting to do is to say Canada has to push more Canadian content within Canada. Now, there's two problems with that. One, the process currently for getting named Canadian content is arduous. I have to have a
Canadian.
No, I've got to have a Canadian director, producer, first lead, second lead. I don't know where I'm going to get a second lead from.
I think you're all those people.
I'm the
director. I'm the producer. I'm the first lead. I'm the second lead. Can't they just exempt online streamers from this? I imagine they're not going to.
They're not going to, because this is actually part of the point.
Yeah.
But also I have to 75% of my expenditures on something have to be from within Canada. And I can tell you what I spend on this is I spend a little bit of money on StreamYard, a little bit of money on Envato Elements and Adobe Photoshop and that sort of thing.
Right.
None of which are offered by Canadians. Envato Elements is Australian. I think all the others are American. So notwithstanding the fact that I'm a Canadian who talks about Canadian law, I probably don't meet that 75% criterion.
What about donations? Because you also donate to Canadian causes. The Stollery comes to mind.
It has to be my production expenses.
He left that word out, Rob. Rob was like, I see a way. And Ian's like, no. By the way.
No, I'm going to close that door too.
So what I'm probably going to end up doing,
like a Sony camera or a Canon camera for your production expenses, because cameras are the most expensive equipment. What Canadian company makes those?
What I'm probably going to end up doing is for each video, take buy an individual gold coin at like $2,000 and then resell it the next day and just be like, well, my expenses were that gold coin of $2,000.
What about hot sauce? Could you buy hot sauce?
Maybe, but it would take so long as I buy at least one hot sauce for each video, but my wife would probably get annoyed because she already thinks I have too many hot sauces.
Though some of the chat is saying, or pay yourself as production.
The problem is that because I'm the owner, it's not a production expense. It's just profit. So all of this is like
frustrating
headaches. I also need to like submit accounting for all of my expenses. And then it's also going to take like 3 weeks for them to decide if my video is Canadian enough.
Dude,
what?
Bill.
So like,
I wonder what Christine from Simply Nailogical is going to do, because she does YouTube videos and streaming and a podcast, but also creates, Halo Taco nail polish, and is a Canadian company. But I get the sense that a lot of what she makes from YouTube goes into the nail polish company, and that's just my assumption. But
yeah,
her production costs are like camera in-house.
And I mean, the thing is if you do any content that is topical, like I do, where you're like, yeah, I mean, for the folks in the chat who haven't seen like YouTube analytics and so forth, the graph for views goes like this. It goes up and then flat for basically the rest of time, unless there's something that, causes it to get linked somewhere or something else. Within the first 7 days, your video has basically seen all of its value for most of your videos. And if I'm talking about like, they just passed this law, if I don't talk about it within a week, nobody cares anymore.
That's
so
trending topics.
Yeah, you got to cover this stuff. So there's an exemption for accredited news outlets, but they're not going to accredit me as a news outlet.
Why not? Let's make that happen. Can we make that happen? How do we make that happen?
I will probably have to fight a court case.
Right, but the thing is, that also makes it difficult with this being your side hustle. So my words are getting hard, because can you be an accredited news source and still represent clients? That becomes a problem too.
Yeah, I mean, all of this. All of this becomes a problem for getting declared Canadian content. And if I don't get declared Canadian content within Canada, YouTube will push me down in the algorithm. And, if you're not on the front page of somebody's, when somebody's viewing, you basically don't exist. So if I get pushed down in favor of like the CBC or reruns of Little House on the Prairie or Corner Gas.
Wait, is Little House on the Prairie Canadian?
Yeah.
Is it also on YouTube?
Sorry, we got a squirrel. That's not not what I meant. Here's the thing, Ian, and this is what I'm worried about, because a lot of the things that start in Canada, it seems that the US is like, oh, maybe we should do that, except for all dressed chips, because
those are too good.
Because they're too
I got some in the mail today, along with pickle chips and ketchup chips.
Did you try the all dressed?
I've had the all dressed before, but Ian and my friend Devin that we were at the Gundies with.
Yes.
He sent me a package, a whole box full of all the different chips.
Oh, they're so
I
nice.
have a new box full.
Yum. I love Canadian snacks are the best. Okay, but if Canada is doing this, are we starting to see the government working with the media, because we know the media works with the government, to suppress independent voices? Because we're watching legacy media in its like death rattles, and we're watching them get pushed back on, and they're pushing back because the government and the legacy media a lot of times are working hand in hand with each other's interest. So is this just protecting the interest of legacy media to squash independent voices? That concerns me greatly.
Legacy media is terrified of just how much time people spend on YouTube, because they look at it and they're like, I mean, I look at my viewing. Like, I watched some of Ted Lasso. I've watched some of, like, various different TV shows. But in comparison, I watch a lot more YouTube.
Same.
And I think that's true of tons and tons of people.
I have children that are like, that don't understand the concept of TV shows come on at a time and we all used to watch them at the same time and then talk about them the next day. They're like, that's not what I do. Like, my friends send me a meme and I watch it, or they send me a reel and I watch it. Like, their watching is exchanging things on Discord, being like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen that? It's, don't punish the creators, because legacy media can't hold an audience, but it seems that that's what they're going to do, because they're used to being able to just suppress the competition if they couldn't compete.
And really interestingly, we actually had this scandal a while ago where one of Trudeau's cabinet ministers left the government because she was unwilling. She was being pressed to offer this sweetheart deal to this one company for corruption. And specifically, this company was paying sex workers and to provide their services to Libyan government officials so that the company could get greater access. And so they were facing bribery charges, SNC Lavalin. And she was being told to offer them a deal that basically lets them keep existing.
Why would we need to let them keep existing?
Well, because they're big in Quebec, and Quebec has a huge amount of votes. So it's political. But she released some of the communications that she was having with other people to show how much pressure she was being put under to do this deal. And one of the things they said is, we will get our contacts in the media to provide you with media coverage. They will write favorable stories. They will write favorable op-eds. They will bring you on for interviews. And they have captured that in a huge way. Whereas if the Liberal Party is like, hey, we want to come on your channel, they don't know what I'm going to say, and it's probably not going to be friendly. But they also can't really trust that I'm going to, like, if they say, hey, we want to come on your channel. There's no party line
for you to toe because there's no corporate interest there, because you can't really be punished. What can they do to punish you?
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I might do something like post, hey, the Liberal Party is asking me if I can promote their message. So independent media scares the crap out of them.
All of them.
I have an idea, Ian.
Yes.
The production cost idea. I have a company that you can buy stuff from.
Uh-oh.
Rob's real excited about this.
Veritas, Lee Valley.
There you go.
You can increase your budget for the tools that you have
just by doing a thing each time.
I think this is a phenomenal idea. Just add a tool for every video,
and there you go.
And you've beat the system.
I like the idea, but
I don't think they're trying to do this.
This is. But you mentioned that the U.S. might similarly do something, and that's also terrible for me, because my viewership is like 35% Canadian, 35% American, and then everywhere else, right?
I just wouldn't be surprised anymore, because we are watching this battle between legacy media and independent media. And I think we are in a position where, think what you will of Tucker Carlson, and I don't want to discuss him as a person, but he's in a position to kind of blow the lid off the whole thing, because he has no fucks. He's kind of not cancelable, and he has all of the money. He could go to an independent outlet, probably not YouTube, but he could start a podcast and be like, you want me to tell you about what corporate media is like? Let me tell you about what corporate media is like. Because it has nothing left to protect.
Well, yeah, and like look at to your point, Emily, not talking about a single creator, anybody. I think Carlson, he did a live on Twitter, right? And I think the views on that live were like 5 times more in a 24-hour period than he had ever gotten at his show.
Yeah.
The thing is, the main, you make the comment about the masthead media fighting against these small creators. They plant the seed about how scary TikTok is, how scary YouTube is. They place fear everywhere. And then what they do
on air talking about these YouTube people who can just go on and talk,
yes,
and shut down on CNN.
Yes. And then what they do is they have the money and the lobby to get in front of the Congress people to say, no, but not us. So we know that the fear is there, and now your constituents are all riled up because we riled them up. We riled them up. We got them panicked. We have them afraid. They're yelling at you, so you need to pass legislation. But here's a whole lot of money to your next campaign. What if we just change the language of the statute, like here and there, and said, accept us?
Right.
Here's the flip side of this as well, which is that I get hurt even if I get declared as Canadian content. And this one's a little more complicated, but so let's say I get declared Canadian content and they start pushing my videos in Canada. Well, YouTube is actually really good with the whole algorithm thing at pushing your videos to people they think will like your videos.
Right, which is not geographically determined.
But if they start pushing my videos to people who won't like my videos, then suddenly my analytics show a bunch of people who click on for a minute and then off. And what that tells YouTube is that my content sucks.
Or that they get served your content and your click-through rate goes into the toilet because they don't even click onto it.
Yeah, or they don't even click onto it because like they're sitting there going, I want to watch man gets hit in testicles by football. And instead, why are they getting served?
I know that movie. It's called Ow My Balls. It was an Academy Award winner.
It won an award.
What?
Did you not watch The Simpsons?
I'm referring to Idiocracy.
I remember The Simpsons. I just don't remember that episode.
Idiocracy also had Ow My Balls. Ow My Balls is kind of prevalent for like dumb content that people want to watch.
So
it's also funny to watch people get hit in the balls.
But like if that's what somebody wants to watch, I want YouTube to show them that and not like gray-haired elf talks law for an hour, which is probably not their thing. And so once that happens, YouTube goes, the only thing that this video is good for is showing to Canadians, and then my reach outside of Canada goes to crap because YouTube has now decided that my videos are awful. So either way, I've got major obstacles to overcome, and it's just
concerning.
Yeah, so I'm probably going to I may end up doing some crowdfunding to be like, hey, I need to fight my government on suppression of free speech in Canada. And
I can find you some creators who would power with you, I'm sure. Also, keep an eye on, do you follow Renee Ritchie on Twitter, the YouTube liaison? I'll send you his.
I don't, but I should.
You should. He's Canadian as well.
Okay.
He was just talking about this, and he was a YouTube creator in the tech space long before he became the creator liaison. He's been absolutely fantastic. So he's somebody that I trust quite a lot. But he was talking about this as well today, which is the only reason I saw it come across, because I still watch all my tech creators. It's how I ended up with the new Switch over the weekend, because I tech creators.
And they were like, you have to buy this. And I gotta say, what helped keep my sanity is this. It's the Steam Deck. So I bought one of those, and I have not regretted it. It's a fantastic little unit, and I am not paid by Steam, just in case anybody's wondering.
My kids they do so much on Steam. It's so funny because we were at Target and we were going through like the game aisles, and the game aisles at Target, there used to be a lot of like gaming. And since it is all kind of pushed towards Steam, it's really funny that the game aisles are shrinking, but then there's like records and record players and a whole like display of Polaroid cameras. I'm like, okay, so some things have gotten more tech and some things have gotten more analog. So like gaming has gotten to more streaming and photos have gone back analog. And so is music. I bought Dr. B a record player for his birthday.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yep. Does he have like I'm kind of envisioning that he's got like this huge collection of records that are
he did, but his childhood home burnt down the night of our wedding. So he does not have.
That's terrible timing.
Yeah, we saw it on the news.
At the wedding.
Well, after the wedding. We were in our like honeymoon suite after the wedding. And we sat down and we heard that there were fires up there. And we knew that people were concerned. And we turned on the news. He's like, holy shit, that's my street. He's like, wait a second, that house. And I was like, and then we just ate the rest of our wedding cake that we were supposed to freeze and eat on our 1-year anniversary. And we're like, well, fuck it. It's time to have cake. So let there be cake. So he lost those types of collections, photos and things like that. So it was.
You guys didn't fight at that point. You just were like, let's have cake. And
what are you going to do?
What are you?
This is the hallmark of a great relationship. I was, because I was talking a bit about sort of my wife and I and so forth, and just the best thing about a relationship, and when you know it's really going to be a good one, is when you guys can get through strife and you work together at like, let's get through this together. As opposed to the relationships, lots of relationships where people like the instant something starts turning bad, they go at each other.
We only fight about stupid shit. We fight about the dumbest stuff. But when it's big things, it is like you and me against the world, my guy. It is like you're in my foxhole, I'm in your foxhole. It is us against all. And when we fight about stuff, it's generally pretty dumb stuff. And it's just like the little quirks of life that after living with someone for 24 years, you're just like, why do you not shut the top drawer of the dresser? Literally, like just shut the door. And he's like, yeah, I just don't. And I'm like, okay, right, but please. And he's like, why do you leave cups everywhere? He's like, you could pour LaCroix into the cup and then take the can and put it in the recycle instead of by the ice maker. And I'm like, right, but I'll do it at the end of the day. These are the types of things, the little mundane household things, the big things, because we've been through so many big things. The big things.
And I think that's, it's the big things is I've been to a bunch of weddings where sometimes you can just tell from how they're dealing with the wedding. You're like, oh, I'm starting a timer on this one.
Horrible. TikTok. Who's on the poll? Oh, Rob, you work in this realm. You can see when people just cannot come together, how people deal with things. And it's like how you travel together too. I do joke that my husband and I would be terrible on like The Amazing Race because traveling stresses me out. But you learn things when you travel together. It's something that I'm like, what you need to do when you are dating is travel. Like,
oh yes, that's it's the living together argument too. Like, you don't really. Now, I don't mind people who do things for different reasons whatsoever. That I think the reasons that they don't live together remarkably noble. But I will say you learn so much about another human being when you see what they do. For example, like with their toothbrush after they finish like brushing their teeth, do they smack it on the side of the sink and splatter water on the mirror?
No.
Do they put the toilet paper roll on? Wrong. Which everyone knows. There's a wrong paper way. Goes over the top. It goes over the top. Like paper
unless
goes that
you've
way.
got pets.
It depends. It definitely depends on pets. Also, what they do with their facial fur, where the facial hair goes.
Yeah.
Yes, these are things that are serious.
Well, and a lot of it is if you have somebody who has one of those habits that you hate, are they willing to adjust the habit?
No, something they're going to change.
some things they won't, but some things they will, right? And
the toilet paper is one that can be changed.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do like flick the toilet or the toothbrush into the sink, and my wife was like, "I don't like that," and I was like, "Okay, I will run it under the tap. That we're good."
Yep.
So
I told you that Emily is shocked. That is a thing.
Oh, it's
water splashes.
I married a dentist. He is meticulous about all of the watering things.
It wasn't like splashy. It was just she's like, "I don't like that." I'm like, I can change that. That's not a big deal.
I don't want to splatter on the mirror. But then again, I definitely stand by one of the secrets to a happy marriage is separate sinks. And it definitely makes things easier if that is an option.
We've got a tiny house. We have one sink. And let me tell you, when you can't open the door to the bathroom when somebody's sitting on the toilet.
That might be a good thing.
That's a good thing. I kind of like that.
There's about a half inch of clearance between the door and the toilet, so the door just misses the toilet. We
lived tiny house. We lived in 900 square feet before we moved with the 2 kids and me and the hubby and the cat.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yes, but then we moved to Tennessee. We do not anymore live in 900 square feet. We loved our tiny house. It was fantastic. What we didn't anticipate was COVID and everyone trying to work in the same space on the same internet to both go to school and do their work.
Oh, that's especially because I'm guessing everything is live video.
Yeah. And the entire neighborhood is doing the exact same thing at the exact same time because everyone is home. And so it was one of those things where we're like, this was great in theory when we were all very active and busy. And now it is a very small space.
Now we need renovations.
My tip is separate blankets.
Separate blankets are a very good thing.
Because I've got a bad back. And when my back is bad, I thrash. And when you thrash, you gather all the blankets.
Yep.
And at that point, it's like, well, I've got all the blankets and my wife is very tired and annoyed in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah, Canada can get cold.
I imagine so. And it's one of those things with relationships, being able to be like, hey, this is what works for us. Even if it's not what you're used to, even if it's not what you grew up with, it doesn't matter. It's like, hey, this is what works for us. So, and NIN gal, 9 Inch Nails gal, I know a lot of people who do this. A lot of people who do separate rooms.
I do too.
Yeah. And I got to say, when we were just on a trip, they put us up in a hotel room that has, you've got those little tiny hotel beds.
Yep. Separate ones.
They had 2, and we were like,
they're really doubles.
Yeah, they call them queens, and they're like the world's tiniest queens.
Yeah, they're doubles.
And so I was like, so we're okay with she's like, yeah, no, we're each taking one. I was like, excellent. Because, you don't sleep well in a hotel
to start.
Anyway.
No.
So, yeah, it just doesn't help. Separate rooms. I've never done separate rooms, but I mean, nothing wrong with it. So
it's interesting because I saw it shift. My mom was a flight attendant. I saw it shift with my parents when my mom retired and was like home all the time. And then my parents were in each other's space because for their whole marriage, she had been gone a couple days a week and they had just had their rhythm to that. It definitely shifted when they retired. I've heard this about Aldi. I've heard this. I will go look for them at our local Aldi.
Seriously?
I also saw the recent Cuthbert Cullen commercial with Aldi about the coronation. It was hilarious. So
I feel bad that you guys don't really have all dressed chips everywhere because they're really good and they're the floor sweeping flavor.
Yeah.
They're
I'm talking about them makes my mouth water. It's Pavlovian and ridiculous.
It's like ketchup and sour cream and something else.
No, it's sea salt and vinegar. And yeah, it's all the flavors. All the Canadian flavors.
Yeah, and you really don't think it should taste good. And like the first bite of them is like, what is this doing in my mouth? Oh, okay,
Why
it can
are
stay.
You saying those words? All of those words, Ian. All of those words.
Get in my mouth.
Every single thing you just said.
All dressed chips. They're the best.
Yeah, I'm a fan. Ketchup chips as well.
I'm not a fan of the ketchup chips the same way, but the ketchup flavor in the all dressed cuts the sweetness of the ketchup, kind of cuts the vinegar. It's
whoa. Hey, we're not going to speed past how you pronounce that word.
What word?
What is the red substance you put on fries?
Ketchup.
Ketchup?
You said ketchup.
Did I say ketchup? Did I say it like a Californian?
You said ketchup. You said,
What
I love the
flavor
ketchup. I love the flavor of the ketchup. And I was like, what?
I generally don't like ketchup, but it's because I'm allergic to tomatoes. I have never been a ketchup fan. Ever.
Also, Emily, check your messages. There's a photo that you should see.
A photo
it's not for chat sharing.
Not for public consumption, but it is hilarious and very must be seen.
Oh my God, that's a vibe.
The whole thing.
It's a whole thing. That is adorable. The hats are so fantastic. Does the chat know what we're talking about?
They know that it exists. They haven't seen the picture, but they know that it exists because Rob described it.
Well, I described it as like you know when there's a kid that's trying to reach the top thing on the shelf and they're too big for you to like do this, and you just go over and you grab them on your hip and you just hoist them like that. I was like, it is Mrs. Runkle just giving Ian a boost.
If you want, did you see the picture of the Kardashians at the Met Gala? Speaking of size differentials.
No.
Hold on. Let me get you a link. I'll get you a link to the appropriate. It looks like it's an optical illusion because of how tall Kendall Jenner is at the Met. Wait, somebody.
Yeah, no, she is. She's a fair bit taller than I am.
Well, she's tall and she has massive boots on. I will find it. Give me a second, and I will send it to you. It is quite an illusion. But also, you saw Jared Leto show up as a cat, right? You saw my meme of it. Did you see my meme on Twitter? Here, hold on.
No, I missed that.
I'm giving you a link. Can I give you a link for the chat?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. I'm gonna give
Twitter doesn't always show you the things you want to see.
Here, this is safe for streaming.
Okay, that's good because
she says as she has already sent the link.
Hold on, here's the other link. Judge Ferguson retweeted it.
Wow.
Judge, I'm here. It's me. I'm not a cat.
Judge Ferguson retweeted it and said, Mr. Jared Leto, you seem to have a filter turned on. Here, let me get you the link to the retweet too. I don't know if I grabbed it.
That is that's a really impressive costume.
It is. So the theme was Karl Lagerfeld, and this is Karl Lagerfeld's cat. But I think Karl Lagerfeld's cat might be Lawyer Cat and actually be a lawyer. Ian, I can see your DMs. Put those away.
Oh, whoa. There we go. I hate how that thing keeps popping up.
Just
Thank you.
Up. You're welcome. I mean, there's nothing secret generally in DMs because it's Twitter and they can see it. But I always, I always.
Caution.
There's Judge Roy, Mr. You seem to have a filter turned on, Lawyer Cat.
It's pretty. It gave me quite a giggle this afternoon.
Now, I just gotta ask. I mean, that costume probably cost a lot of money.
Oh, I'm sure he didn't.
It's the freaking Met. It's the Met. Yes, the thing probably cost more than like all of our vehicles combined.
But where does it go next? Does it go to a furry convention? Like, what happens?
That's exactly what I'm wondering. Is he saving this for another event or?
I don't know. Okay, I sent you another link if you want to see the other Met Gala photo that kind of caught my attention. This was the main one that caught my attention today. But the other one looks like an optical illusion, but it is not. So the one from Hulu.
Holy crap!
I told you.
That is quite the.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of that is boots.
Whoa! What?
It's just the optical illusion of it is so strange. She's tall anyway, but yes, a lot of it is boots. but she is tall anyway. Kim Kardashian is also a tiny human. She's like 5'1", 5'2". She is very small.
Wow, that's like the pocket version of a person.
Yes. She is petite. But the staggering difference in the two is something special in this photo.
That's impressive.
Right? Sorry, Chad,
like
I didn't mean to derail.
When you see her, the way she's standing on the boots.
Yep.
I think that she's doing it directly to push herself up even further.
Oh, probably.
Which, I mean, it seems to me like she's leaning into it heavily.
Of course she is.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, I'm just going to make you guys
have
seem
that height
tiny.
advantage at that moment. Yeah, you're doing it.
Kendall Jenner is 5'10" sans shoes. So.
And I'm just looking, I'm trying to see their foot angles. Don't let us see their heels.
No, everybody's got heels that are pretty decently sized, but I don't know how many inches are on those boots. As many as an iceberg, perhaps.
Oh God.
Well, I said earlier that they're gonna overestimate the height of that particular iceberg.
Yes, they are. Wait, how tall is Kim Kardashian? Kourtney's 5'1". Kim is 5'2". So starting out, Kim is 5'2" and Kendall is 5'10". So anyway.
Wow, that is a giant picture.
This was my minor distraction with the Met Gala before I sat down to record my podcast, because I was very interested in what was happening. So
that
okay, here's
and it's funny because a lot of the time the people tend to get pretty picky about who they get photographed with.
Yes.
And so I'm kind of surprised that they actually posed for that one. We're all
of course they did.
I think the height was the point.
Their Hulu show just dropped the season trailer or whatever. So I had forgotten that in 2019 Jared Leto brought his own head as an accessory.
I remember that.
That's mildly creepy.
Well, I love that they went from a photo of Kendall holding his fake head to them holding the cat head. Look how big that cat head is.
Oh, that's huge.
Like, the size is impressive. Sorry, Chad.
Just all the innuendo, Emily. Like, you came in and you didn't just start swinging.
Look how big it is, Rob.
I'm just going to avoid using a certain word to describe the cat.
That was massive, man.
Oh God.
Oh, that's
And Kendall said, "Give it to me, right meow."
Oh no.
Oh, okay. Let me find a link.
We've got a request here.
The Met kind of served this year. It was there were definitely people took a risk, which is what I love for the Met Gala. I don't want to see people just in a black suit, The Met Gala is supposed to be, I don't know, cosplay for rich people. So
very rich people, yes.
I mean,
for those of you guys asking, like, what people are asking, like, what I'm doing, I'm sharpening.
Oh.
Hey, nothing.
I have to see if it'll shave. Yep.
Hold on. I'm trying to find Little Nas X.
I don't know Little Nas X.
What?
I am not a
Yeah, you do.
culture
Yes,
guy.
you do, Ian. You do. You know him.
Do I?
Satan shoes.
Okay, I know about the Satan shoes. I just never actually paid attention to who was behind that.
Well, he wasn't. It was Mischief, but he promoted them.
Ah, okay.
He was in partner with. He has a very impressive mask. Karl Lagerfeld liked pearls, I'm guessing. So just pull that up.
All right, let's pull that up, and then
Reuters.
I'm gonna the Reuters one.
Yep. There's also boots in this one.
Oh,
I think he's just wearing paint. That might be a skin suit. It might be paint. I think it's paint.
Okay.
I don't
know. What?
It might just be paint.
Yeah, that's paint.
But it's very sparkly paint. Oh no, he's got jewels glued to him. Yep.
That's paint and glued materials.
How long would you be in makeup for that?
A while.
How do you go to the bathroom?
I don't think you can, because the instant he moves that, it's not moving back to where it was.
Perfectly.
So that'll leave a big. I mean, unless he
Unless
might have
to wear afterwards,
or he might have actually taken the step of having them paint all the way.
I mean, it's possible. Here's a better one. Hold on, chat. We need a here's a better close up.
Is better the word you're going for?
Better is the word I'm going for. Yeah, it's definitely paint. How long must that have taken?
Well, and the best part is, how long is that going to take to get off later?
What is your hotel room going to look like when you're trying to get all the tools off?
I mean, that's going to be some like damage deposit territory.
I don't know if that matters, but it is. Yeah, it's definitely paint. It's very glittery paint. The lips can't be comfortable either, because those are all glued on.
Is that part of the mask? Nope, that's
I think there's a mask, a half mask that is like below his cheekbones, and then his lips and jaw are painted. Right? Yeah, and there's a line on a mask. This can't be comfortable.
No.
But I appreciate the dedication.
That's commitment that I don't have.
No,
I don't have the money for that.
You're also,
Yeah, and nobody's going to invite me to the Met Gala.
Same.
I mean, if I end up at the Met Gala,
most of these things are sponsored. A lot of these are sponsored by the person who invites you, so they're not paying for a lot of this. Didn't the AOC get in trouble because somebody else paid for her dress that said "tax the rich" or whatever on it?
Still ongoing.
That ongoing.
It's still ongoing. I think that but yeah, she didn't declare it as a contribution to her campaign, even though it was worth a substantial amount of money.
Right.
Oh,
so these things are normally not paid for by the person that is going to the Met. A bunch of YouTubers went to the Met a few years back. Like MKBHD went to the Met. It's such a funny world.
Hey, if anyone wants to invite me to the Met, I will promise to wear the most ridiculous costume.
I have social anxiety. I don't want to do that.
I don't think I want to go to the Met.
I don't want to go places where I don't know people, and I would not know any of the people. I don't know if that would be fun.
Yeah, that's true. Rob, I would not.
No one can see what you're doing below the screen, so you're.
And I'm doing a gesture. I just realized what I was doing in rapid succession. So
we could have our own law prom. Did you guys do law prom in law school?
We've got the carbolic smoke ball, which is the sort of clever joke that every law school thinks is funny. And
it is pretty funny.
What is it? We
Rob,
also
your autofocus is doing a great job tracking you.
I'm just trying to make sure that people can see that I'm not doing what I'm. There you go.
He's like, show them my pants.
This is pretty impressive setup. I like it.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's real nice. But Rob, did you guys do a law prom?
We did. I went to one of them.
So I was just saying, instead of doing like Law Tube goes to the Met, we could just have a law prom.
That would be cool. I know there was like an idea floated of a cruise. That would be amazing.
We will find something to do all in person.
Or like somebody else suggested like an Okanagan wine tour.
That sounds delightful. I mean,
I feel like that could be the kind of thing that might lure people to Canada.
Yes, Canada's fun. I have not been back to Canada in too long. I was just sitting down doing my calendar this week, and I'm looking at the travels. I'm like, oh gosh, we're at the beginning of a whole bunch of travel, but I'm going to VidCon and then Vid Summit. So I'll be in California and then Texas. But I don't know if any of y'all are going to any of them.
No,
You could charge it as production costs. Oh, but you're then in the States. That doesn't help.
You're in the States.
That doesn't help.
Self-defeating.
Yeah. Boo.
See, LawCon. Yep.
LawCon. We'll figure out something.
No, I don't understand how people can, I mean, just sitting down for all of that would just be hours of like sitting and somebody sticking something to you with tweezers.
Ew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No. No, thank you.
I nope. The amount of prep to put on that body makeup is impressive to me. I have questions.
I see people in the chat are saying, Rob, we still think you're doing something wrong.
Dang it. I am just get over it. I'm not doing anything bad.
Is that a plane you're working on?
Yeah.
Wait, he also has fangs.
He has fangs
too. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I've scooted down the rabbit hole. I need to go get my show ready for tomorrow. I'm gonna have to scoot in a minute. I did not sleep well last night because my kid woke up in the middle of the night with a migraine.
You have your show tomorrow. Did you record a podcast tonight?
I did get the podcast recorded.
Do we get a preview?
I am talking about the Coach Monica Cheer civil lawsuit, which is a 1983 claim and a Title IX claim for allegedly covering up a reported assault of one of the cheerleaders by another one of the cheerleaders.
Okay.
Yep. Did you guys watch Cheer on Netflix? I'm guessing no.
No.
Cheer was a big deal on Netflix. Cheer kind of took over a little bit. The cheer celebrities became a big deal, and then there was the
what?
The cheer celebrities. The kids who were on the Navarro cheer team became celebrities when this show dropped, and people were rooting for them. And then one of the biggest celebrities from the show got prosecuted for production of child images, and then it just got worse from there.
Yeah, there's fangs. Straight up fangs.
Yep, there's fangs. Oh, yeah. So illegality, I'm talking about the Navarro lawsuit. So Navarro and Coach. Yeah, there's fangs. Like the dedication has layers. Like it's layers of dedication. So
at this point, I just feel like a little disappointed that there's no cosmetic lenses.
I mean, that's fair. I did not do a behind the scenes tonight, chat, because I didn't want to step on Runkle's stream and I wanted to hurry up and get over here. So I did not do a behind the scenes tonight. I will do a behind the scenes next week. Today was a wild, busy kind of a day. So
it's been a bit for a while there, but
we did get to an homage to you for the behind the scenes stuff. We did get to announce that the behind the scenes for Trials of the Century is coming this week on Wednesday.
That's amazing.
We're really excited.
We're happy. Yeah,
I'm really excited you guys are doing that. I think it's going to be really fun.
And I'm also excited about Lawyers and Dragons coming back.
It's exciting. There's a lot of exciting stuff going on. So
yeah, the world is there's sadness and also hope and good stuff going on. So
yeah,
that's always a great place. Did you catch the bit about the lawyer who got suspended? No. We got a lawyer who got suspended for a month only because he sued a sugar baby.
His own?
Yeah, he caught feels.
Failure to perform services?
Oh
no. Well,
Rob, did you just groan at my question?
No, I didn't groan at your question. I groaned at the fact that someone might ever possibly consider filing a lawsuit under those grounds.
People tried to report like, hey, I paid this guy for those drugs and they weren't really drugs, and I want the police to go get them because they didn't give me drugs.
That's true.
This happens in lots of contact.
People are not intelligent. Yes, I do acknowledge that people do self-own a lot.
Yeah, but officer, it wasn't actually cocaine that he gave me. I paid for it.
Yes, he gave
actually
me
what is it? I had a file where a guy called the police to report that he'd been robbed while he was dealing drugs, and then boasted to the police that they didn't get most of the drugs because they were in a backpack that he had stashed in the bushes.
And so the police said, "Let us go help you with that."
So the cop
where exactly?
the backpack and put him under arrest, and the backpack got searched, and sure enough, lots of drugs and cash and all of that good stuff. And it's just a really bad idea to tell the cops that you've got a whole bunch of drugs in a bag in the bushes.
My very first felony trial that went to trial was a woman who was engaged in an illegal transaction. The eyewitness was going to engage in a drug transaction, but the person he was going to buy drugs from robbed the woman who was also there and physically robbed her. So he called the police, and the police are like, "What were you doing?" He's like, "Well, the bar kicked me out. So I was going to buy drugs because they stopped serving me, but then he assaulted her and took her money when she was trying to buy drugs. So I called the police because you don't hit women." And so he called the police. He was a very interesting witness. He didn't come to court the first day because he was not sober, and he was afraid that the judge would yell at him for not being sober.
Fair. And that was accurate. The judge would have yelled at him.
Yes. So they issued a bench warrant for him and gave him meals in lockup before he testified, which he was really thankful for.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
It's little things.
And then the defense attorney said, "So the person you saw was who?" And he points to the defendant and goes, "Is it supposed to be that guy? Because it really doesn't look like that guy." And the defense attorney's like, "Well, it's not supposed to be anyone." And he goes, "I recognize that guy." And he points to my investigating officer. He's like, "I recognize that guy." And he goes, "But if it's supposed to be that guy, it doesn't look like that guy." And so then the investigating officer had to get up and pull up the booking photo where the dude is like 75 pounds heavier before he went into custody, before this whole thing went to trial. And the jury convicted him. The jury was like, "That guy was so believable. We believed everything he said." And the officer was like, "No, this is the same guy we arrested. This is the booking photo. He looks completely different." Yes, the dude did ID the booking photo. He's like, "Yeah, that's the guy who did it. Where's that guy?"
A friend of mine in the US has a fun story. He runs a little law firm, and he does criminal defense. So he likes to hire people with a history because he thinks it's better if he doesn't have to teach them like what drug slang is. So he hired a guy.
Very helpful.
Yeah, well, he hired a guy who, in his like fitness interviews, they were like, "So have you ever done any crimes?" And he was like, "I dealt drugs for 8 years." And they're like, "How many times did you get convicted?" And he's like, "Never." They went, "So you got no record? Okay, you're good." But big black guy with tattoos is the lawyer with the drug dealing past. And they were running a file with a guy who had robbed a gas station. And what they had on this guy was DNA from the guy's mask that he put on, and the guy putting the mask on in front of the security camera outside of the gas station, going in, robbing the place, coming out, and then taking the mask off and throwing it in the trash bin, where the police recovered it and found DNA on it.
DNA, right?
Yeah. So they got him on all of this, but they have the gas station attendant for some reason do an ID in court. And the accused was like this weedy 75-pound meth addict. And the gas station guy goes, "It's him." And everybody sort of looks and goes, "Which one are you pointed at?" And he's like,
"Oh dear,
one on the left." "My left or your left?" "The black guy," he says. And it's like, and the lawyer stands up and he's like, "Identifying defense counsel." And the jury acquitted. Jury refused to convict, notwithstanding the fact that the guy had been wearing a mask, even with DNA, and even with the videotape of this guy putting the mask on and taking it off. They're like,
"Nope.
Nope. Maybe it was the defense lawyer."
Wow.
It was just like, he's
okay.
He's like, "Yep, that was it." So
it's really weird to ask for an ID when the person is masked. You generally are like, "About how tall were they? About how much did they weigh? Could you tell?"
The the guy was wearing a mask.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're wearing a mask. You saw them wear a mask? Yeah. Do you have one of those like measurement scales on the door when they walk in? Is this your video surveillance system? Great. Is that the inside of your store? Great. You don't ask them to ID. They can't.
Oh, that's a major prosecution blunder, right?
Oh,
but
the prosecution blunders, the right result is kind of an acquittal.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
How it's supposed to be.
That's the way it's supposed to work.
It's and I mean, they were walking in figuring that there was going to be a conviction. The guy just wanted to run it.
DNA.
Yeah, the prosecution was not giving them anything on the deal because they've got DNA. Why would they cut out the guy a break, right? It's like, all right, yeah, we'll give you 3 months off, kind of thing. It's like,
oh boy.
This is the other reason for people in the chat why you don't talk to cops, because
you never know.
The deal you get is way better if the prosecution doesn't have a confession sitting on their table.
That's true.
Like 10 out of 10, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. It's, there's nothing to be gained from it. So, yeah, I just also important like legal tips: do not rob gas stations or anywhere else.
They have really good video.
They didn't used to.
No.
Video quality
Video's gotten a lot better.
Like it used to be, gas station video was awful.
Yep.
It would tell you what happened, but not who did it.
Right. You could see people moving.
Yeah, the big gray blur comes in.
Right.
Pulls something out and gestures at the guy there, gets some stuff from the guy, and then leaves. And you're like, okay, I don't know if that's a knife. I don't know if that's a machete. I don't know if that's a stick. But I'm pretty sure that was a robbery. And then the witness will be, the guy who got robbed can tell us, like, it was a knife and it was this dude. Cool. Casinos were always the bad place to rob.
Well, they, generally speaking, have connections with people that you don't want to rob.
It's not, I mean, the casinos where I am do everything legally. And it's not that they got robbed so often. It's that the price of cameras.
I think they were talking about the gas stations.
Yeah. The thing is that the price of cameras came down, and then the gas stations could afford really good cameras for like a few $1,000s.
Yep.
When I was still prosecuting Target, because we dealt with a lot in the location where I was, we had a lot at Target. And Target had from like fraudulent checks to return scams to just straight up grabs. But Target has incredible cameras, but they were surpassing $1 billion in shrinkage from theft every single year at that point. And I was like, with a B? And they're like, with a B. And this is 2015?
I'm in the wrong business if you can lose $1 billion and still be like, it's just, business.
Yeah. I wonder how much it is now. Anyway.
I can tell you, I couldn't lose $1 billion and be upset about it because I just can't lose $1 billion. I am incapable of losing $1 billion.
The BBTV stuff with Ethan Klein and the contract. You did a video on it, yes?
I did a video on it. I actually spoke really briefly to him just to be like, hey, what's going on? Because, it was a mess.
But $600,000 went missing. And he was like, oh, $600,000 is missing.
Yeah. And I would love to be in a position where $600,000 going missing isn't
caught immediately.
Yeah. But I mean, this happens with big businesses where their accountant is bad. And that's what he said, is basically they had an accountant and they were like, hey, accountant, are you actually doing the accountant things? And the accountant was like, no. He's like, oh, well, let's get a new accountant. A new accountant was like, oh my God. Like, nobody's done this and all this money is missing. That one was a fun little look because it was just like...
It was real interesting, I thought.
Well, especially because I got approached by some of those same, like, multi-channel network things.
Yeah, so did I.
And I was just like, why would anyone agree to this? The one that approached me basically said, instead of getting paid at the end of the month, we'll pay you instantly as soon as money comes in. And I was like, I don't usually need it that fast.
But the money doesn't come in from YouTube until the end of the month. So it doesn't.
What they say is basically that they will look at your analytics, and if you get a $10 super chat and they know that you get $7 out of that, they'll just give you $7, and then they'll, except that they were also saying that they wouldn't give me $7, they'd give me $3.50.
Right,
because they wanted a 50% cut for that, and I was like,
50? 50?
And I was like, I can get better numbers on that from like a guy whose name is Spike, and hangs out outside the casino. Like, sure, he'll break my kneecaps if I don't repay him, but I can get better numbers than that than 50%. It's like, I'm looking at this going, you guys compare unfavorably to literal loan sharks.
That's not a good position to be in.
So, but I mean, he actually had a good explanation for why it worked for him. The deal.
Oh no, with Ethan, it made sense. Like why he was doing what he was doing made sense.
He was out of country, wasn't he?
Doing it. Yeah, he was out of country, and his account, like his YouTube account, was Israeli, and so
his AdSense account,
yeah, and so he couldn't actually collect it without a bunch of intervening steps.
Right. I can totally understand being like, wait a sec, there's all this shit I have to do. You can make that easier. Fine, done. Like, just because I'll never do all the steps.
Well, and also because he was such a big name, they offered him the deal of, you keep 100% of your YouTube monies, and we only take a cut of the money we bring in that is like extra revenue. Like if we bring you a sponsor,
wasn't, when they offered him that, he wasn't. I mean, he was a smaller creator then, but that was their regular thing. That was what they offered people. I got approached by BBTV and went through the contract they offered me, and it was 100% of memberships and super chats and all of that. And then their offer to me was, we're going to help you increase your AdSense revenue, and then we'll take a percentage of your AdSense. And I'm like, no.
I mean, the thing is, like, his deal where they were saying, like, we'll pay you a percentage of sponsors we bring you.
Right. Which makes sense.
I'm like, that actually sounds okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like a decent deal, but
right. It's kind of a you eat what you kill. It's like, if you bring in a sponsorship to me, I don't mind you taking a percentage of that to facilitate that happening. Like, that's not a problem. That's what most agents do.
Yeah. But if it's just, hey, we're just going to sit here and do F all and collect 50% of everything you earn, I'm like,
right.
No. Oh, and I looked at their terms for like exiting the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was, to say that they were strict is an understatement.
Yeah. And those terms have gotten stricter, and then they've cleared up exactly what memberships and super chats and stuff are in their newer contracts. Cause I took his older one, and then the one that they sent to me, like, hey, here's a look at what the contract would look like if you joined us. And so I went through the two, and that was really interesting.
Oh yeah. I guess they've figured that out, and now they're probably wanting to take a cut of the memberships. And, I mean, apparently they used to be like essential in order to get paid. Like, you couldn't get paid without an MCN.
Yeah, before the partner program was what it is now, you didn't have a way to put ads on your videos. The partner program has changed quite a lot in recent years. So YouTube's gotten much more transparent, I think, in the partner program, and how you get into the partner program and how they pay and what they pay. It's gotten much better.
So that's a good thing, because I don't want to have anything to do with sort of that line of chaos. So yeah. Well, I'm glad he got out of it.
It seems like having the platform that he has to be able to go, hey, WTF, worked to his advantage.
Oh, I mean, if I was them, like the instant he said, I'm upset, I would have been like, we gotta make this okay, because I can guarantee you that video cost them more than he was asking for.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's got to make other creators question. It's interesting because BBTV is actually a Canadian company. I wonder what they're going to do with this. Like, what happens with BBTV's creators? Because they seem to have a fair bit of Canadian creators. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, it'll. I mean, that might end up being something that becomes useful if they're like, "Hey, we can do your Canadian content processing."
Yes, it might. It might actually change what BBTV does.
It's that whole C11 thing is just, it makes me sad because my goal on all of this is I want to do this so that I can run a pro bono firm, and they're blowing that up.
I know.
It's and I mean, I can't make any steps like that at this point because it's like I can't say, hey, I want to I'm gonna make a leap because like I don't know what if there's gonna be the business in 2 years. So this might be like the long goodbye stream.
Oh, stop. It's not going to be the long goodbye, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, do you just turn off monetization and go, okay, you guys, we are going to start a, Patreon or whatever it is to be member supported and just, or Substack or whatever it is, and just be member funded.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough game. And I might be like, hey, guys, I've really resisted having a lot of sponsorships, but you're going to see a lot more sponsorships, kind of thing. That might be an issue. The other thing is I might be like, hey, maybe I got to pivot to talking about U.S. content. And if I want to do that, it'll be maybe I got to go and look at one of the U.S. states that allows you to take to just challenge the bar and be like, let's do a stupid thing and try to
like we're just going to get licensed in the US.
I think most states let you do that if you have people that sign, they sign on as sponsors. So look up Virginia. I'll sponsor you. Hey,
I don't know how that works internationally, but I would be curious. If Kim Kardashian can become a lawyer, Ian, I'm sure we can find a state where you can get licensed.
I mean, it's
California might be a way to go. You don't have to have a U.S. law license or a U.S. law school.
There's a couple of states that allow you to just straight up challenge the bar without any.
What do you mean
without any education?
Just take it.
Just take it without any education, and if you pass it, you pass it. I can say that the pass rate on that is something like 4%.
Though you already have a legal education, so it's you're in a much different scenario. I know a lot of states you waive in from state to state depending on where you're licensed to practice. I don't know how any of that works because I didn't want to deal with attorney advertising rules and the content I make.
Well, and the thing is that once you get the bar membership in one place, anywhere, most places will let you run their bar exam if you are a licensed attorney in another state in the U.S. And so even if you have never done the education, it's like, well, I'm a licensed attorney in, I don't know, Montana. So I'm coming in. We're going to do this. And so that might be fun.
I love that we're talking about the bar exam and your response was that might be fun.
No, never.
No, I kind of like exams.
Ooh.
I'm the only person I know who really enjoyed the LSAT.
I don't like you in this moment. I like you as a person, but not since you said you like the LSAT.
So there was a guy.
I can understand your brain being like, this is a fun little challenge.
That was exactly it. It was like, this is a game and we're just going to have fun with it. And so I had to so during the LSAT, there's a break. And I don't know if you still get this because at the time, everyone got to leave sort of the testing room and you're all hanging out and not allowed to talk about the LSAT, but you could talk about anything else.
Break.
We had a break.
I don't remember
And like they had
I didn't have a break. I had to pee so bad and had to take the time to get up, sprint to the bathroom because you have like 90 seconds per question.
It was like you do 3 sections, then you take a break of like 15 minutes, and then you come back and you do 2 more sections.
I remember taking a break. Not during the LSAT. During the bar, there was a lunch break. But during the bar, I had to pee, and I was in a massive convention hall and had to like haul ass across the other side of the convention center because the convention center floors were so big. It was awful.
But there was a guy there who wore a shirt, and this guy had the biggest crap-eating grin at the start of the day. Literally, this shirt said, "Smarter than you."
Oh no.
I love this.
And he looked like he was going to cry during the break.
The girl across from me taking the bar did cry.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting there trying not to smile because I'm having fun. And I recognize that like there's a lot of faces of people who are not having fun. And I'm like, must not like I'm sitting there going like, I want to go back in and just finish this thing. And it was I'm seeing the Legally Blonde comparisons. This is like, I did not get a 179. I did worse than the 179.
Oh, I definitely didn't get a 179.
I got a 178. Rob is rolling his eyes.
Yeah, of course he did. I can see the hyperfocus getting you there.
I could too. I love that.
Well, the other thing,
very good score, Runkle.
I like was the kid who sat around playing like with puzzle book, like you've got 4 containers of water and like 3 different scoops of different sizes. How can you measure out this amount of water? And like I enjoyed the heck out of that as a kid. I had like several books of those kinds of word puzzles. So when I got to the LSAT like logic games, I was like, this is my place. Like this is where we this is where we do things. So
see, what I didn't realize until the middle of the Gwyneth Paltrow trial is that other people can like read word puzzles and then see them in their head and then solve them.
The thing is, if you're not writing stuff down on the LSAT, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, I can't see things in my head. Word puzzles are very hard for me. I have to like literally draw them all out because I have no mind's eye.
Like that's the thing is the LSAT you should be.
Oh, I agree with you.
And I taught it for a while, and I see people like doing it, and they're doing it in their head, and I'm like, stop it. You should not be getting to any questions until you've drawn me a bunch of pictures. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, you need to draw this. Like, if Joe is in the boat, then Frank won't be in the boat. You gotta like draw arrows and like things. So it's a fun test.
I love that you're like, this is a fun challenge. That's how I feel about reorganizing my closet. This is a fun challenge.
Whereas my closet is behind a pile of mess that I need to deal with. And Ian
and Rob, I adore you both. I have to go to bed.
Yes, okay. I was going to say.
Can you wait and look at the cutest thing ever before you do? So the hand plane that I was sharpening.
It's so little.
It's got a big brother.
It does have a big brother. Why do you need a finger plane in addition to the hand plane?
What is the baby plane for?
What does the finger plane do?
It was a gift.
Is it a paperweight or is it actually sharp?
It's legitimately sharp. Like it can cut like paper, no problem.
See,
and
I've got one. I've got to send Rob. Which is even smaller. And then that way he's got like small.
It's like a tic-tac with a blade.
Large. I need to get my little strong hands and push the plane with the little strong.
Oh my God! Sorry for an entire TikTok of him just planing wood with the little hands.
That would be.
And then you're gonna end up with tons of mini tools and like building mini like bird houses and all of it. I can see it happening.
You have got to do that as a short.
It would be really funny.
I need to figure that out. But I just wanted to give Emily something to laugh at before she left.
I think it's delightful. Well, we've laughed at the Met, which I think is fantastic. I've seen an iceberg shaped like a dick with balls. That was great. We've had quite an evening, fellas. So thank you. I know it's been a long stream already.
Hey,
Ian, were you planning on just chatting for the night?
I was planning on just chatting for the night. I gotta say, I am, I have not been sleeping the best, and it's rough. There's all sorts of things that like you just think you had more time, and you wish you could have done things and said things and all of that. Secret was very giving with her happiness and very private with her sadness. And so we sort of got overtaken. And I didn't realize, looking back at, our chats, that she was basically saying, I don't think I'm going to make it, about a week ago. And I was like, and I didn't see it. I actually thought she was, depressed, and I was trying to cheer her up, and she was just like, what she was telling me
was factual.
Yeah, my health is worse than I'm telling anybody.
Yeah. And
like, because I thought, if she was at that place that we'd have heard more about it. But no, she just, she never wanted the people she loved in her life to worry about her or to, so that made it a bit more sudden and a bit more shocking. But I mean, it just tells us a lot about who she was and what she, who she cared for and how she cared for people. And so she was somebody really special. And I mean, I met her just because like the Johnny Depp streaming, and I went from like nobody showing up. Like I did a couple of live streams before that, and they were live streams to like 50 people, 300 people. And I went from that to live streams of like, suddenly I was going on and it's like 5,000 people in a live stream.
Yeah.
And there was just this voice in the chat. It was actually two people, Against the Tide, who's here, and Secret McSquirrel, who are basically going, you are drowning, like,
we've got
me in, coach.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I know I'm drowning. And I'm just like, wrench, hope for the best, because maybe these are crazy people who are just going to start, banning half my chat or whatever. And no, they were just absolutely the most like giving, caring people. And not only that, but just, you get to know them. And she was on, like, we played Stars Without Number. And I really wanted to play more of that with her. We just, it didn't get to happen. And
that's hard. I know.
Yep.
You always think there's more time. And it's one of the things that has struck me with the way too much loss in my life is that it really reorients how you want to spend your time, and what you spend your time on, and how you spend it. And that sometimes is a gift, even though it's hard.
Well, and there's all these people that are in my sort of YouTube circle, yourself included. Rob, I've been lucky enough to meet a couple of times, but I'm going to have to make the time to come visit you, go visit the Hogues, who have, had a special place. And, we almost lost Rick. We were really lucky not to, but you never know. Like I could,
you never know.
I was just thinking like, hey, if this plane comes down hard, like, have I seen these people? Have I told these people that I care about them? So it's tough.
It is.
priorities, I guess.
And I know that it makes sleep hard, and it makes doing everything you're doing during the day hard. It does.
Yep. It's but I mean, you just have to sort of one foot in front of the other is how that goes. So that's where we are, is one foot in front of the other.
1 foot. Well, and at least you're not covered in silver body paint and have jewels glued to your nose. It's
Fair.
God, that's gotta itch.
It's gotta itch. But when you come to Nashville, because I feel like Nashville is a great host city for all the trouble that we can get into. It's easy to also get robbed here.
Yep.
And we can go shenanigan.
Now, here, I never know when they've got named for a place's items. Nashville hot chicken. Is that a thing in Nashville?
Yes.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
There are competing hot chicken places, and they have rating scales of the hot. Nashville hot chicken is a very real situation.
I've got to say, Nashville hot chicken is one of the places I can, a Nashville hot chicken place is one of the places I can regularly go to get something that will just absolutely wreck me. I have learned that you do. There's places where I can walk in.
Go to Hattie B's and Prince's. We'll do both. We'll do both.
I've learned that there's places I can walk in and just be like, I'll take the spicy. Nashville hot chicken places, it's like, let's start me off on something a little further down the scale. You guys are gonna hurt me.
Nashville's a lot of fun. I have a night out in Nashville with friends coming up, because I have friends coming into town for Dave Matthews, and I am so excited to go run around in Nashville. I got a new shirt that said "Whiskey made me do it," and I am ready. I'm ready for a night. I am ready for a night out. But yeah, it's a fun town. But yes, Nashville hot chicken is a real thing. I don't do spicy. Like most places, buffalo sauce is too spicy for me, but I am happy to come and cheer on shenanigans. Oh yes, and we'll go to the boozy Taco Bell. It's
I want to go there. I do want to go there. Not like Christopher Boozy, like where they actually sell booze.
They sell. They take the Taco Bell slushies and put alcohol in them, and there's a stage with live music, and it's a Taco Bell. It just makes me so happy. And there's a replica of the Parthenon that's pretty fucking cool. It's a full-size replica of the Parthenon. It's the Parthenon. There's a 40-foot gold Athena in it. It's really cool.
What?
Yep. Well,
that is crazy. We
are
keeping
called Athens in the South.
We will have to see this.
I feel Nashville. Nashville is really, really an interesting city. There's also a board game cafe that I absolutely love, and the cafe sells incredible food and drink. It also has all of the board games you could ever imagine, so you can just sit and play any kind of board game. They have a really fun rating system on the board game, so you know about how long the game will take, how much knowledge of board games you need. And then next door to it is a place called I Dream of Weenie that sells every kind of hot dog imaginable, and they are amazing. So you've got board game cafe, I Dream of Weenie. Okay. It is my kid's favorite day out. I'm like, buddy, what do you want to do for your birthday? Board game cafe, hot dogs. So much fun.
Which board games?
He loves like the Disney villain games when we go there, but they have every board game imaginable. So we also play a lot of Catan with my family.
Okay, if you play Catan, I am going to make something for you.
Okay. We play Catan. It's the only time our whole family fights because my husband tends to hoard resources. It's his winning strategy. We're like, you can't just hoard the resources.
And he's like, watch me.
Yeah, and then he does. So we enjoy Catan, and it's the board games, we determine what we're playing based on kind of the temperament of my youngest. There's also a game we play at home that the Board Game Cafe I don't think has, that is a YouTuber merch game called Cafe Chaos from Odd Ones Out. It is such a fun game. So we play that a lot. Oh, and
I've got a leather cutting die that is the shape of a Catan tile.
Oh, fun.
And so I will make a set of tiles.
Thank you. That would be really fun.
And that I will have to send your way because Yeah. That's
what we're playing. The kids are now moving on to chess. Chess is now a thing. Chess has always been a thing, but at the high school, chess has become like a big deal again. So with chess.com, where you can go and play and get your rankings on chess.com and stuff, it's become a huge deal with his friend group. So chess is becoming a thing for the household as well.
With my attention deficit, chess kicks my butt.
Yeah, I don't love chess either.
It's just, I can think of like 2 moves ahead, and then you play like an 8-year-old and they're thinking like 12 moves ahead, and you're just like, I'm getting schooled by this, this guy who comes
my
up
kid's
to
hyper focus works with chess. Like he likes to think them all ahead. There's a YouTuber he's been watching that goes through all the chess games. He was watching the chess championship breakdowns this weekend. I'm like, what are you watching? He's like, chess, it's the world championships. And he's like, so-and-so's not playing, and then nobody knows why he's not playing. I'm like, oh, there's drama.
Did he follow the allegations of the cheating on that one?
He didn't play. The dude with the allegations did not play in this last like world championship, whatever was this weekend. So anyway,
I didn't think chess would actually have such interesting drama.
Everything has drama.
It's true.
It's true. Everything has drama.
Anyway. All right. Now, we've kept you awake long past when you were like, I need to go. So
no, it was really lovely to be here and chat. It was lovely to see the chat. Hello, chat. It was so lovely to see you all. You are so smart and hydrated, and you're keeping Ian and Rob company well past everybody's bedtime. And I love that I'm in the middle time zone. It's like we've got Eastern, we've got Mountain, I'm in Central. We just all bring all the time zones together. So it's really late for Rob. Hopefully, you don't know.
Emily is reminding me. I actually do have to jump like just after you do.
Court in the morning?
I don't have court in the morning, but I have some deadlines. I have discovery deadlines tomorrow.
It is late for you. It's like 12
Then let me sort of kick you guys both out. Although not kicking you out, just like, hey, you guys should both go. I've got a bunch of super chats I got to read, so perfect. I will do that. Thank you both for joining me here. It was rough at times, so I was really glad to have some people here with me. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Ian, and thank you for doing the fundraiser. It's absolutely incredible.
Well, that was Paul that set that up, and he's going to be doing all the legwork on the other end. But I'm glad I could, sort of help get it there, and so
awesome.
That's all right.
I'm going to say good night. Rob, good to see you. Good to see you. And I will see y'all in the next one. Bye.
Bye, Emily. And I'm going to go on her coattails. Sorry, buddy. I love you.
It's all late. Right.
It's like 12. Yep, it is late. I have work in the morning. Don't stay up too late.
Oh, my God. It's like midnight and a half out there.
Uh-huh. It's a little bit.
And are you going to be on for Hoag's fundraiser?
For when is this? Not tomorrow.
No, it's Saturday.
Saturday, yeah. I'll make that work.
Saturday at 10 a.m.
I'll make that work.
Excellent. Because I'm excited. All right.
Yep.
Cheers.
I'll see you guys.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
You got to click the button. There you go. All right. I got a bunch of super chats to go through, and then we will wrap up. Let's look at memberships. All right. So, was it? I am behind. All right. Honk Banana No is asking, what the hell is so funny about hamster nipples? I feel like I've just walked into a joke there. Cat Vetter, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Tasha Lind, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Amber Brock, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. And another 10 gifted memberships. Wow. And then another 20 gifted memberships. Holy crap. Thank you, Amber. And then another 10 gifted memberships. And then Lady Draconis, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Crafty Norwegian, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. And Lara M, thank you for the member chat. One one eggplant-shaped iceberg at a time. We got this. Thank you very much. Let's go through some super chats here. Brentwood Chic, you owe us nothing, Ian. Thank you for being a good man and even better friend to our squirrel. Thank you, guys. I really, really appreciate it. Moffat on money. Ian, a good deed, a good night for a good woman. Thank you. Thank you. Cindy Calderon, best blackmail outcome ever. I agree. Thank you, guys. Ryan Man YYC, Manscaped sponsorship. I might actually see about doing that. Runkle, your play-by-play is gold. Thank you very much. Trufflehound, Rowan police pulled over an elf driving erratically. The elf was slurring his words, so police did a breath test. The elf was absolutely Legolas. Nice. That one is a bit of slang that may not carry for everyone. I don't know. So we'll just we'll go through this. I still want to know what the lawyer must do while he's suspended. I forgot. We'll go through that. So we will go through all of this. I'll just cut down the super chats here. A Lothlorien court acquitted Glorfindel, the gold flower of murder today. Jury of his peers found he acted in elf defense. That's awesome. I didn't expect elf puns. I was going to make a glowing pickle joke. Then you bring up the berg. Yep. That berg was pointed directly up. Eric noting, I adore the character Rorschach. He's a really interesting character, although he's not one you want to like build your life around. So, Ian, check out King of the Castle. It'd be a good game to play while streaming. You play with viewers, subscribers. I got to check that out. Roketsu86 became a YouTube member. Awesome. Thank you. I'm actually wondering now about the possibility of a game that's like an asymmetrical game for like a streamer to fight against their that tower defense against their fans or something. That might be an interesting one. So, I'll have to see there. It brought us LawTube, so definitely Trial Century. That's a fair point, talking about the Depp v. Heard trial. Do we get our McSquirrel emoji for members here on the YouTubes? I will have to get that set up. Yeah. Jen Smith became a YouTube member. Thank you very much. Grab my passport. Cheers to the memories you guys sleeping on a sidewalk this time last year, where this amazing bromance all started. Ty and to the restart of TOTC. Well, thank you. That's much appreciated there. Yeah, it's been a wild ride, I gotta say. So it's been an amazing ride, but a wild ride. So we'll just see where things take us. Michaela Ish, a little levity inspired by my rewatch of Lawyers and Dragons in preparation for season 2 on May 27th. Some aquatic mammals at the zoo escaped. It was otter chaos. Nice. Gimlet would definitely approve of that one. So much appreciated on that. That's a good one. Any comments on new changes on death sentence in Florida? Squirrel. Love to you both. I'm not a proponent of the death penalty at all. And so changes that make it easier for them to do, I'm not a fan of. I don't trust the government enough. There have been too many instances of people who have, where we later find that there's been prosecutorial misconduct or something like that. So I don't trust it. That's sort of where I come down on that. Tabitha Nichols, thank you very much for the membership. I'm mostly peace, love, and light, and a little F yourself. Nice. Morgan 908, it's probably too obscure for you to want to cover on TOTC, but look up the Charleston WV sniper killings. Involves meth, a buried pickup, and a stolen engine. My cousin was one of the victims. Fair enough. I'll have to look into that one. Kramer's step stools, just saying. I will. That was because I was talking about not being able to reach things, so I'll have to look into that. Marcel Dufour, hello everyone. For Rob, I have a budget of about $200 and want to get into woodworking. What tools should I focus on to begin this journey? And I had to get rid of Twitter. Too much negativity on it. Sorry I didn't get to that while Rob was here. $200 is tough. I might look into a wood carving set. Might be an option. Maybe a used lathe. You might be able to get one with like some chisels and so forth and just start trying that out. Rob might have different answers than me though. So, Dayslav act man carry keep fighting. I don't know any other way to be. Alan Mueller, consider mess when German Shepherd meets pile of muck from pond dredging. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I don't like the thought of having to clean that up. That's some chaos. Any thoughts on the Auto Sears case? I think that one's a little ridiculous, ultimately. It gets down to the point of prosecuting knowledge, like possession of knowledge, because it's just a card with a picture of an auto sear on it, but they had to do a Dremel to sort of get it clear. So, yeah, not a big fan. Michaela Ish, question for panel and chat: to figure out alphabetical order for random letter, do you have to run through the whole alphabet, or can you skip to separate chunks? I'm the only one in my house who can skip. Usually I skip. For you're saying like if I need to figure out where R is compared to Q. I don't have to go QR like in my head. Well, that was a bad example. To figure out where S is compared to E, I can just go E is first. Yeah, I don't know. That one is an interesting one. The way people think through problems is always fun. Don't forget the sugar daddy eggplant repercussions. Yep, he got eggplanted at the end. So by the Law Society. Conception Bay, Portuguese Baía de Consecao. Presumably in honor of the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, December 8th. First appears on the Oliveriana Pissarra map 1504 to 1505. Wow, that is a lot of fantastic history. I don't know any of that. I just know it sounds funny. Ian just moved to the U.S. My wife doesn't want to move to the U.S., and I don't want to move away from my wife. So, yep. Opposite of amnesia, I trust and watch y'all. I don't trust them. Talking about the mainstream media, I believe. Yep. Gray-haired elf is the new title for Runkle. Thank you. I'll live with it. Did Emily get the photo you sent to Rob of you and the missus on your wedding day? I'm sure she'd be delighted. Yes, she's now seen it. Make them load a dishwasher early on. You'll know. Oh, that's a source of conflict. Dishwasher loading preferences. Yep. Paladin Phil stayed in a hotel recently, and my feet were hanging off the edge of the end of the bed. I'm not that tall. I've had that experience, and I'm not super tall either. I don't think 5'10" is super tall. Can you use part of the house as the production cost? I don't think so, because I do so many other things in this room, right? This is the room where I play video games. This is the room where I do other work. So, yeah. Rob prefers his women to be height supremacists. Andy, the game maker, here to cause trouble. What about Rob invites everyone to sock on? That is still one of Kurt's greatest moments there. We have the answer there for the $200. Spoon carving. Carving set is cheap, and you can learn wood grain. Great idea. Spoon carving. So, yeah, you can go get a spoon carving set. If you go to Lee Valley, they've got sets for that. So, yeah. Knives pointed side up or down. My knife block actually has them sideways. We put pointed side in. So, check your Discord DM. I got Revenge on a Hound for you guys. Lovely to see you here, EDB. You all need a trip to Australia. 9 Inch Nails gal managed to catch Truffle Hound with a pun, and that doesn't happen very often. So that was a good one. And I see Kelly Waller in the chat is saying, Rob, go to sleep. Yes. All right. Did you see that P-Hub just blocked the entire state of Utah because of some legislation? Interesting. That's an interesting response. I bet some Utahns will be pretty annoyed. Pat McGrath did the makeup on Lil Nas X. She also did Dua Lipa, all red diamond makeup in Paris. That one, she had 4 to 5 people helping. She will post the how-to. Cool. This is an important life lesson right here. Knives do not go in the dishwasher. Absolutely, because knives are, you got an edge on them, and the dishwasher is very abrasive. And so it'll take the edges right off your knives. So that one, yeah, that one is a big deal. Don't do that. You all are awesome. Thanks so much for doing this. Thank you, Rosie. It's much appreciated. Brazen Spirituality. People, if you get pulled over or otherwise questioned, no matter your age, race, or affluence, always clam up and sing the lawyer, lawyer, lawyer song. That is solid. And Joshua Ten Hag, thank you very much for the super sticker. It's much appreciated. 9 Inch Nails gal had a theft at work last night, walked out through self-serve. Unfortunately for this young guy, that is where 70%-ish of the best cameras are. Oops. That guy made some bad life choices. So, and I see Aussie Road Trip for the Law Tubers. Yes. Truffle Hound, and I loved it. It was a full facepalm moment. One of these days, I am really tempted to go to Australia. There's some people I want to meet there, including Truffle Hound. Equality, you can claim the room for production if most of the production happens there, even if you use the room for other stuff. That is good to know. So, yeah, this is another one. No cast iron in the dishwasher. Basically, if it's something important and expensive, keep it out of the dishwasher. Oops, all my knives have been in the dishwasher. Ooh, don't like that. I slowly am buying good kitchen knives because it's just one of those things that's worth it. It's expensive, but yeah. So I've got some Wusthof knives, and I've got some, things that I'm expanding over time. All right. Mika Plays Games. Hi, Runkle. Just want to send you good vibes and tell you how much I appreciate you and Rob and your knowledge and integrity. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. Snoopykins, just saying hi and sending some love and joy. Thank you for being awesome as you are. You're a good person and seem to be a good friend. Don't change. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Miss you, Gramo Croy, became a YouTube member. Thank you very much. And Law and Lumber saying spoon carving. Carving set is cheap and you can learn wood grain. Great idea. Awesome. So we were talking about the creepy lawyer and what he must do. So let's pull that up. There's a couple of or there's an additional super chat that came in, but we'll get to that after we sort of and there might be some additional stuff. I don't know what's going on. Oh, Snoopykins, thank you very much for 5 gifted memberships. It's much appreciated. So I'm just trying to keep tabs on things here. All right. Getting a little bit distracted. Must not do that. All right, let's pull up the thing. There we go. All right, so mandatory activity. Now, if you haven't been following, because we got interrupted, this was a big gap. So this is the lawyer who we're talking about what happens to a lawyer in Ontario who has been suspended because we're looking at the guy who tried to sue a sugar baby for $266 million and ended up with a Law Society complaint on his head. So, on or before the effective date of the suspension or undertaking not to practice, the suspended lawyer shall, 1, Remove any sign from the suspended lawyer's door, building, premises, window, building, directory, property, vehicle, or any other location, designating it as a law office, or designating the suspended lawyer as being able to practice law or to be a barrister, solicitor, lawyer, licensee of the Law Society of Ontario, licensed by the Law Society of Ontario, notary public, commissioner for taking affidavits, or commissioner of oaths, or similar words that say that would suggest that he's able to practice law. The above words must also be removed or crossed out from all stationery, letterhead, business cards, forms, stamps, accounts, electronic mail forms, internet sites, and any other advertisements or publications bearing the suspended lawyer's name. That's going to be a whole lot of work. Oh, and I'm being told I am messing this up. So that was the first thing, is swoop, and then I'm being told that I must embiggen. So we're doing that. So the next thing they got to do is disconnect the suspended lawyer's telephone and facsimile lines, or arrange for a voice message to advise callers that their law practice is closed until further notice, and provide callers with the name and telephone number of another lawyer to call for information regarding their files. Suspended lawyers under a definite suspension. So a definite suspension is like this one where there's a month, like where he's got an end time, may leave a message advising when the office will reopen. So the law firm of Douche Baggins will be closed until this date. I assume that's what this guy's law firm name is. Enable an out-of-office email notification and advising that their law practice is closed until further notice, and provide the name and telephone number of another lawyer to call for information. Once again, they can leave a message advising when it will reopen if they're under a specified time. And I see Scent Bunny. I can give me 1 second. I'm being asked for where the role of law Discord is. Give me a second. So I will just drop that into the chat here. There you go. All right. Notify the Law Society immediately after any change in contact information. So if you change your contact information, you must still call them. Prohibited activities, so stuff that you may not do. You shall not create new lawyer-client relationships, so you can't hire anybody. You can't accept new legal work for existing clients. Notarize documents. Report to clients other than to inform them of the suspension, and deliver an account for services rendered prior to the suspension. Give to another lawyer or paralegal, or receive any undertaking. Occupy or share office space with a lawyer. Provide services to a lawyer or paralegal that might help. Act as an articling principal to a student at law, or act as a supervising lawyer, or accept any referrals from the Law Society Referral Service. And you shall not resume the practice of law upon termination or suspension until you receive confirmation that it is that it's ended from the Law Society. So that's some pretty strict rules. You got to do a bunch of stuff. You can't do all of this stuff. I see. Is there a channel or Discord for this channel too, or is it all in one? There is. I don't know what I'm doing with it right now. Right now, the only way to get on the other Discord is as a Patreon perk. So that is an option. But I am going to have to decide at some point. I want to reopen that one. The reason why I've been cautious about that is that I had a lot of raiding happen way back when. And so there were a bunch of people who'd come in and like post horrible crap. So after that, I kind of I put that Discord into turtle mode, which is basically just, I shut down any new entries, because anytime I tried to open the gate, there are people coming in posting like gore pictures, posting like, all sorts of stupid stuff. So I'll figure that out and possibly reopen the gates at some point. And so let's go through some final super chats here, and then we will run the end. This is the end kind of thing. And just give me 1 second here. I'm just trying to find something. Where did that go? No, where did I put that? Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to find something I need here. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. Just doing some fishing around, trying to find something I needed. All right. Trufflehound, folks confuse Saruman's fortress at Isengard with Sauron's fortress at Barad-dûr. The access ways are completely different. Sauron's has more doors. Oh, Trufflehound. That's brilliant and terrible. Pulled over on my way home from an oncology appointment. 30 minutes drive to go. To say don't be hard on yourself. We all have should-haves. And yes, come to Australia. Thank you, Aussie J. I appreciate that. And I hope everything's going well. I really don't, so many people sick, so many people, struggling and so forth. Laura M, the easiest Discord to join right now is the one I'm just dropping the link for. So that is the Role of Law Discord. So, but I mean, lots of people are fans of, sort of whichever. So thank you, Aussie J. FYI, the Office of Douche Baggins is not affiliated in any way with Bilbo or Frodo. No, and if you read the books, there were a lot of Bagginses who kind of sucked. So that was kind of one of the themes. All right. So at this point, thank you guys. You've all really been this sort of an army, squirrels army here. So I really appreciate that. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. But yeah, we will, and I see as long as the real Ian runs both, yeah, that's me. All right, so I am gonna run the outro here, and see you guys next time.